You Share my slides just a sec. Here we go. And then I will present. Yes. Okay, so first of all, if you want to start making games, entertainment products, basically anything, you want to have your own studio, this is what this talk is all about. So I'll tell you about what kind of things I think are useful, and then we might have a minute or two for questions at the end, but since we're running a bit late, that might not be possible. But then just email me and ask me. So first of all, who am I? So I've done mostly game design for the last about 7 years. I've been working with games for 12 years. I've done testing, graphics, lots of different things.
Connect with, partner, and work with us on your game development journey. The question becomes on number 4 is, are there any success stories that, for some of you who are looking to enter into the video game industry, are there any success stories that, you can look and see and also be able to relate with? So on slide number 4, you can be able to see 4 respective snapshots.
First of all, thanks for having me. That's such an amazing event. I looked at some of the stuff, and looking back 2 years ago, I already had some of my most great experiences in Africa, where I was able to work in countries like Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Congo, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, for example. So that was such an amazing experience for me. And what I was really fascinated about was the passion of
investors are people who are seeking. If you've ever seen a mango tree, right? A mango tree that has mangoes all over it, right? And at the bottom, you get those ones at the bottom, right? That you don't have to do anything to just pluck them, right? That is what investors are looking for. Investors want to look at the mango tree with loads of mangoes in it, right? They don't want to look at a seed.
Okay.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh.
Okay. So good day, good morning, good afternoon, depends on where you're watching from. Welcome to another day of the Africacomicade Gamathon 2020, second day. And today, right now, we have a panel session which is titled Making Legal Decisions as a Creative. And so today we have 2 important speakers in our midst. We have Mr. Stephen Pesen Baka. I hope I pronounced that right. Hello, Mr. Stephen. Hello. Hello, Mr. Stephen. Okay. And second person, Mr. Chima Injerem. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah. Hello. My name is Chima.
Okay. I don't know if we should wait for Mr. Stephen to join. Okay. So I will just continue the session. Mr. Stephen, hoping that Mr. Stephen joined in. So first, let me just introduce Mr. Chima to our audience. Very, very interesting person. So Mr. Chima is a Nigerian lawyer turned video game developer. That's very impressive. He got his in first degree in law from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and later a master's in video game enterprise and production from Birmingham City University. He was called to the Nigerian bar in 2018 and has had experience working for some of the most notable video game companies in the world, such as Nintendo of Europe in Frankfurt, Germany, Epic Games in North Carolina, and Vicarious Visions in New York. So once again, let's welcome Mr. Chima to the panel session today. Yes. So yeah, perfect, very interesting background you have there, Mr. Chima, and I think you are the perfect person to discuss this topic. So we're going to go straight into the session. So it says making legal decisions as a creative. So I think the first question would be, what is the, okay, I think Mr. Steven is about to join. I think Mr. Steven is about to join. Okay, yeah. Hello, Mr. Steven. Hello. Hello, Mr. Steven. Hello, Mr. Steven. Can you hear me? Hello. Okay, I think can't hear him there. So I'll just continue. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, we can't hear you. Oh, okay. Can you hear me? I think it might be muted or something. Okay, so let me. I think he's had some technical issues. So I'll just go on with my question. So for game developers, which is the subject matter of this Gamathon, while creating games, so let's start from the scratch. What are the legal things they should focus on? So I mean, you are a game developer, you're starting out creating. What are the things from the start? So I think we'll just start with that basic question.
Sure. So I guess as a game developer, right? There are a couple. I don't know. That's a good question. There are a couple of different areas you could start, but I guess the first thing would be what sorts of business outfit you choose to employ, right? So are you setting up as a sort of indie sole developer, with just me, myself, and I, right? Or are you planning on, incorporating the work of yourself and other people? In which case, you're probably looking to create like a video game studio. So that's basically going to be your first decision. That's trying to become like a viable business enterprise. Either going to go like a sole proprietorship or probably the route of a limited liability corporation, right? So that's probably a significant business concern you're going to have to, obviously consider. The second thing that comes to mind would then be if you are, setting up a video game studio, you definitely have to have a couple of other things in place. One of which would probably be, employment contracts if you're hiring people, or other statement of work documents if you're working with independent contractors or freelancers. Basically, you need some sort of agreement that kind of sets in stone what's expected once you're interacting with other people, right? Either in an employer-employee relationship or in a kind of independent contractor and employer relationship, and all the unique kind of parameters that kind of gets involved in that. But I think off the top of my head, those are probably the first two core things you probably want to, tidy up before you actually jump straight into your game development process and pipeline.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, that's quite insightful. So it definitely depends on what model the game developer chooses. If it's indie or you game studio and all this thing. Okay, so I think I will then jump to the big gun question, because let's just say most game development activities in Nigeria and in Africa is mostly indie, because except if you have that much money to say, okay, I want to create a studio. So and I've discovered the problem of game publishing with most of the so I think the question is, when it comes to uh, game publishing, I mean, what are the do's and do not for indie game? I mean, some of them talk about, should I retain my intellectual property, or should the game publishing company, have the intellectual property? So, like, basically, what are the do's and don'ts when you are entering a game publishing agreement? Basically, what are the do's and don'ts that govern a game publishing arrangement?
That's a very good question as well. For game publishing arrangements, I wouldn't say there's any sort of cookie cutter model that developers should kind of stick to, depending on the unique arrangements that kind of, or unique circumstances of the developers. Is probably going to be a case by case basis. But in terms of, I guess, that relationship with the publisher, is a question in relation to just African game developers trying to get like published?
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
African game developer, because I see that some of them have problems with that. So just like a heads up kind of advice, what are the do's and don'ts for a game publishing, looking at the barest minimum, basically. Let's use a barest minimum scenario. So you are an indie game developer. How do you put yourself in a position that you don't get exploited, or what are the rules, basically, for game publishing at that level?
Okay, so it's interesting you use the word exploited. Yeah, there are, I guess, the first thing the main do's and don'ts is, you have to understand first and foremost the publisher you are potentially going to go to, a relationship with, and how they operate. So different publishers have, like, I guess, rough business models that they follow depending on what kind of product they're investing in. At the end of the day, you have to remember that, working as a video game developer is still a business enterprise, and your publisher is essentially acting as, your first real investor in a way, because their job is essentially going to take your products from, hey, we made a game, and basically take it and, depending on the contractual agreements and arrangements, market it, promote it, and also potentially also provide the platform by which people can access and interact with your product, right? So of course there are going to be some certain assurances they want, right? Because games can also do super well, and games can also flop. So there might be certain this is where negotiation is going to become quite critical, because there might be, again, also depending, there are going to be a lot of different parameters as a game publisher they're going to take into account, right? Amounts of years of experience, the kind of caliber and quality of the game, and also how far they really think, and believe in your product, and how well they think we can push it. So due to these unique parameters, what you might have to be, I guess, aware of as you go into these negotiations is what's going to be the business model they're kind of, operating by. What's going to be the revenue share model? Is there going to be any sort of royalty share model? Is it going to be, are they going to give you an advance first to make the game, and then an advance once you finish? Or are they going to give you a certain percentage of the sales? They all have these unique models that you're going to have to sit down and understand and read through the contract properly. The next part of that as well is, of course, the intellectual property. So it's that part is a little bit tricky because I know as a creative, you don't necessarily want to give up the rights to your product, or or what if this thing takes off, then I lose control of it and everything. And that's, to be fair, maybe something you can actually bring up with your game publisher, because sorry, I can't hear you.
No. Sorry, no. I was re-emphasizing what you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, there's no need to kind of view this relationship necessarily as antagonistic, because I think that's how it usually tends to get portrayed, or that tends to be the default setting, like, oh, it's them versus me or them versus us, right? No, it's a partnership. If you make money, they make money. At the end of the day, everybody wants to make money and wants to create a successful product and wants to create an IP that resonates with people. So it might be the case that, you make that product, hey, what's going to be the arrangement? Can we have the sort of percentage share of the IP? Maybe I still have creative rights, but if I'm ever going to continue publishing, I have to go through you first, give you the rights of first refusal, and then get the other product. They're going to need some very good negotiation tactics, ideally through the support of a very good lawyer in that space, and then you can kind of get an arrangement that works for your own unique circumstances. Some people are happy to be like, you know what, take the IP, no problem. As long as I get paid for this, this is my first kind of real, first like breakthrough. Take it, I don't care. Some other people are like, no, I spent so much time crafting this world and these characters and this. Let me find a way to still retain some sort of control and some sort of ownership. So there are different ways you can go about it, but these are just some, I guess, off the top of my head, just some core elements that tend to make it a bit dicey if you don't really know about it going into it in advance.
Yes, I really like your answers, especially when you talked about right of first refusal. I think maybe another, you probably have a session on particular terms that are involved in game agreements and everything. So yeah, I just wanted to, okay, let me see. I think Mr. Steven is trying to connect again. Okay, hello, Mr. Steven.
Hi there. Good morning.
Wow, finally.
My sincere apologies for that. Yeah, I had issues with the internet on my end. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. This is great. So we finally have Mr. Steven Baka. So the last time I was asking if I got the pronunciation right.
I get that too often. It's okay.
Okay. So I'll just read. Okay, so Mr. Steven is a graduate entrepreneurship student at Meltwater Entrepreneurial School of Technology, a design thinking practitioner, and a freelance legal consultant with extensive experience in compliance management, as well as commercial, corporate, and technology law. So we welcome Mr. Steven Baka to the session today.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Appreciate it.
Yes. So prior to your, I've been asking Mr. Chima certain questions. So I think I'll just ask again to see your own perspective. So the first question is, when developing games, so at the beginning level, what are the legal considerations for developers in Africa from the beginning stage? So that was the first question. So I'll throw the question.
Definitely. So what I generally say to clients or startups developing content, whether it be games, music, whatnot, that they first assess what their business plan would look like. And this is so important because this will somewhat give you insight as to what compliance or regulations do you need to comply with per se. And also that is very imperative when it comes to seeking investors, funding, and also to mitigate any risks that you could encounter when developing something. On top of that, one also needs to consider the intellectual property. It's so important that as content creators, as developers, that you take cognizance of your rights as an owner of a program. It's so important that you protect that. And with that being said, it's so important that you have an advisor or an attorney to oversee all of this, because it somewhat can be complicated and complex, especially for a layman person. So it's imperative that we have an attorney overseeing this. On top of that, we also need to consider, the rules and the regulations of where you plan to publish your game, your content, or even incorporate a company, because each countries have their own set of rules and application processes and procedures. And fortunately, living in the world that we have today, the information is out there, the content is out there to give you that brief description of what you need to know as a founder, as a publisher, as a content creator, and as a game developer, and the list goes on. Another thing one would also need to consider is definitely going forward, what would happen should a company acquire you, should a company purchase a game from you, so forth. Then you need to look into contracts. You need to be cognizant of what contracts you will be interacting with, whether it be a license agreement, whether you're talking about shareholders agreement. The list goes on. There's just so many contracts based on the model, the business model that you have, and your intentions thereof.
Okay, wow, that was detailed. Also, that was a detailed answer. Also, and you spoke a lot about contract. So I think on the basis of contract, I asked Mr. Chima another question. So when we're talking of game publishing agreement, Africa is largely comprising of indie game, developers, mostly indie. Like, I may be wrong, but largely indie game developers. So, what are the do's and don'ts for an indie game developer? Let's look at the barest minimum, in Africa. What are the do's and don'ts when you're talking about a game publishing, agreement? Because in as much as they are indie, some of them, have this contract. Some of them have these companies looking to at least, publish some casual games and all of that. So what are the do's and don'ts? For example, do they retain intellectual property? Do they let go of the intellectual property? On what basis should they be doing some of these things? So yeah, over to you, Mr. Steven.
So it's so important that, as a company, somebody that's developing, that it's so important that you study and, you do your research. And it's always best to be better prepared when you go into an office where a publisher belongs and you negotiate terms, because then at the end of the day, it's business. People will do their utmost best to overthrow you in some way or another, or even underscore you. So it's so important that you come better prepared. And the nice thing about the internet is that I'm not saying that anybody should go and look for other similar contracts and expect to hold themselves up there. But it's so important that you look at how other publishers have done it, how other content creators have done it, where they are a blueprint. I've always been told that if you want to do something in life, follow somebody who has done it, who has achieved it, who has developed this blueprint for you. So looking at that, always coming better prepared. The don'ts, not coming prepared. Not coming prepared. But then again, it's so advisable for millennials per se, coming into this area, that you have an advisor by your side, somebody who has your best interest at heart, and somebody that has your company's interest at heart. But most of the time, generally, when you enter a room with a publisher, it's all dependent on how strong that negotiation is from that room in itself. With that being said, coming better prepared and coming with an advisor puts you in a very strong position.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I think the major takeaway is, most of these game developers have to, have these advisors and do their research. So, this question is very, very interesting. So about the Epic, Apple, Xbox, Microsoft, all, the issue right now. So, I know there's this flowing effect things have on, in a particular industry. So once giants are, at the top fighting about something, it definitely affects the industry as a whole. So from your own perspective, how do you think, the issues between Epic Games, Apple, and now Microsoft, affect the legal landscape for game development?
Oh, so I cannot hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apologies.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
I can hear
we're
you.
saying that your question, the end of the question was cut out. We couldn't hear you.
Okay, yeah, sure. Mr. Chairman, over to you. So we can answer the question.
No, we're saying that we didn't hear the end of your question.
Okay, sorry. I said, so from your own perspective, how do you think the issue between Epic Games, Apple, and now Microsoft, would affect the general legal landscape and maybe the legal landscape here in Africa? Like, how will it affect game development in Africa and also, as an industry? So, like, just your take, basically.
Interesting. Once again, I find it very difficult to get the whole context of your question, but looking at all these other big game, these big cartels, as you so put it, it becomes so important that Africa finds its own identity in terms of game development and content that is being published out there. And although it's very difficult to be undersigned by such Microsoft, got the Xbox, and the list goes on, it does give you a great foundation. It does set you up for a market that's out there, whether it be European or America. But we forget that we've got our own network and viewers and playing, people who are genuinely in love with it within Africa. We somewhat neglect that, and being able to push that out with a pan-African context, that is something that we should definitely be eyeing for. Sure, it might be great to be having that kind of reputation behind being able to say, oh wow, I developed the game for Microsoft and Xbox. But what has that achieved for you and your country that you kind of make proud? We're trying to carve our own identity after many of years where Africans, we somewhat look for other influences, whether it be Western or Eastern, where we know we've got everything that we may need here, and we just need to find the right channel. We have to figure that out, but with the necessary assistance, advice, and partnerships, and with the way Africa is going right now at this point, I see the future is bright if you just cling on to that and hang on to that hope. Yeah.
Thank you. So, thank you very much for that. Over to you, Mr. Chin. So, what
It is a very interesting development, to be honest, because you're kind of looking at mini publisher war, if I may put it that way, because Epic Games does have the Epic Games Store, which they publish online content, both theirs and other studios. Apple has the Apple App Store, which is a popular media for which people publish mobile products and mobile games. And you also have Microsoft, which has the Xbox studios and lots of other developers that make content both for Microsoft and the Xbox. So it's one thing to consider is that the law is always slow to kind of catch up to technology. It's always sad but true, it's always lagging behind, right? So the e-commerce landscape and the video game industry landscape requires developing at a much faster pace than the males necessarily been able to kind of keep up and catch up. So the fights for, I suppose, the removal of Apple's stringent 30% policy, right?
Yeah.
Would have significant ramifications as far as profit sharing goes, as far as we talked about earlier, publisher agreements go as well, because that then means there's more revenue kind of being kept with the developers. And one could also make the argument that for the amount of time that the Apple App Store has been in existence, they've more than recouped the cost of setting up new platforms. So let's say if they're arguing like, oh, we need that 30% to keep the platform up. Like, well, over the course of time, you've definitely made more than enough to kind of justify keeping a platform. And you currently do make enough that 20% is. If you really want to go down that route, then if you want to get into the numbers, I don't think that would be in their favor. But either which way, this is a disruption, and disruption in any industry is usually good. As far as how it affects African developers, game developers, it could either be the same if Apple wins, the status quo remains the same. However, if Epic wins with support of other tech companies and tech influencers and tech people, then we could see a lot more exposure and a lot more there's not going to be a huge floodgate, but there is a potential that you can have some more people willing to take a chance on African game development and African content, just because again, that kind of business model has to be adapted because of the flowing legal precedent. But I do also support Stephen's view that it's all well and good to kind of have Apple, Microsoft, Epic Games pick up your content and run with it, but at the same time, there is something to still be said for having something that is Pan-African and truly kind of supporting supporting African countries, supporting local countries, using that to kind of scale up now to the global scale, right? But again, if you look back to the history of most of the companies, Apple, Microsoft, and Epic Games, they all usually started by people in the United States, usually in their parents' garage, right? And then scaled up to high quality level. So I think you would think some other African developers and African software companies. We're definitely starting out along similar lines in that regard. So sorry, I can't really hear you.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
one last question. Yeah, one last question before we wrap up this session. So, considering the role data privacy plays globally, GDPR, the kind of sanctions the European Union places on breach of data privacy, and I know that that is one issue, that's one case that intersects with game development, especially when you're dealing with children, because most of the games, you create casual games. So I think my question is, what are the basic things game developers should put in place to check that? Knowing fully well. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. But
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So considering the fact that most of these game developers in Africa actually develop games before they even seek advice or have a lawyer come into play. So what are the things they should do to be on the side of the law, data privacy wise, especially when it comes to children? So, what are the little things they should do, pending the time they now have an advisor to now say, okay, this is how we should process the data, XYZ. Yeah, I hope you got the question.
Sure.
Yeah. So just on a basic level, just for a start out, how do they just keep their data privacy policy in check?
Okay. Yeah. So, it's so important that, if you got an established business, or, you've got your own content site, or, it's important that you, within your terms and conditions, that you make sense, or you advise the consumers or the users what you're using their data for, and that, your terms and conditions and all your internal policies for your business is aligned to the GDPR or the local data protection legislation. With that being said, it's so important that you somewhat ensure transparency as to how data is being utilized between the company and the consumers and the users, and what you would do in terms of processing. So there are legislation that actually gives you guidance as to how this process is facilitated. It's of utmost important that companies comply with every step of the way. And also, once the users are using your services, or they've concluded on their transaction with you, whatever it may be, that you're able to return that data back to the users, and that you also give them access to their data, all right? And also access for them to pretty much clear out whatever data that's being housed on your server, if it may be. So it's pretty much, it's important for you as an entrepreneur, as a game developer, that you are somewhat flexible to that. Then again, data, it's somewhat our own private laws that is enshrined by the constitution of your country. And it's, pretty much the highest laws of every other country there may be. So being flexible towards that, complying with the necessary processes that is highlighted by legislation is of utmost importance, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Chima, your quick take on that. So,
Sure. Again, this is where the counsel of competent attorney or lawyer would definitely come into play, because this is a good example of how you have video games just being a global product, right? So first of all, it depends what kind of products you're making, and I guess the rating and range of that product to consider, because there are many laws with how you can market the product towards children as opposed to like general marketing. So if your product is targeted or geared towards children, is it like a generally for everyone, or is it more mature content? Once you kind of got that on the rack, you know what are you considering publishing it? Most popularly the US, Europe, and China to support starters, right? And of course, maybe in Africa. Then next the lawyers to the and go through, okay, what are the relevance? Just basically being compliant, right? What are the relevant data protection laws that exist? What do we have to, convey to consumers? That's why a lot of games, as you move forward now, have this huge long spiel about data privacy and how it is going to be used. That we mostly just tend to skip because we're looking into the content, but just like making sure that you can't easily skip it, but they have to scroll right through to the end, and then they make that choice to accept or decline. And also, I guess as far as it goes, instead of explaining to people why this is important is because the reason these kind of data privacy laws came up is because a lot of people are giving away data and giving away information about themselves that they're not necessarily aware of. This information is used for lots of different things. Sometimes we use for this kind of basic for online platform, let's say platform to play online games and flash games. So things like account management. Or it's also used for analysis, to help refine the game, refine levels, it's an online product that keeps on going on, let's say like a TV for example. And to another extent, it might also be used for further activities like your targeted marketing and advertising, new promos and material, lots of other content as well. So it's kind of figuring out why this is necessary or what the studio or development plan is with this data, and then making requirements. Again, having a good friendly layers of throughout will definitely make a huge difference.
Yeah. Okay. Oh wow. That's been insightful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Steven, for the insightful session. Thank you, Mr. Chima. So we're about to wrap up the session right now. So before we go, I think the game developers would just like to know how they can maybe interact with you, maybe social media or something, or do you have like a community, maybe Discord or something? They can interact with you maybe on social media, whether it's Discord, you have a Discord server, or you have maybe you have LinkedIn, Twitter. So just drop it so that game developers can just reach out anytime.
Okay. I suppose if you were looking for me, I'm active mostly on, I suppose, Instagram. So you can find me at Instagram, that's CHIM_AGRAM. So that's my name on Instagram. You can figure it out.
Okay, yeah. So Mr. Steven?
Yeah, I'm open to any questions that you may have regarding to game development. And should you see for me, I'm preferably on LinkedIn. Go by the name of Steven Essenbacher. Let me spell that surname for you. TESSENBACHER. Yeah, open whenever.
Okay. Thank you very much, and have a lovely day. Thank you very much.
Likewise, thank you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Bienvenue dans la République très démocratique du Mboa, gérée avec amour éternel par son excellentissime président, guide, fondateur, sauveur, Raoul Boutel Mugabian. Ici, si tu es jeune et sans relation, ne cherche même pas un travail dans une grande entreprise. Il n'y a pas. Mais tout n'est pas sombre. Des hommes et des femmes se dévouent chaque jour au service du peuple. Ce sont nos fonctionnaires. Ici, au Mboa, seuls ceux qui se sacrifient pour le pays doivent avoir droit aux plus grands honneurs. C'est pourquoi, pour bâtir une nation émergente, son excellentissime le président guide fondateur sauveur Mugabian a lancé une vaste campagne de recrutement des agents de l'État. C'est ainsi que débute votre histoire. Vous êtes l'espoir du village. Tout le monde a cotisé quand vous avez réussi le concours de la plus prestigieuse université des élites. Après des années d'études difficiles, vous avez enfin le précieux matricule. C'est le début de votre carrière dans le gouvernement du Mboa. Deviendrez-vous un jour un haut responsable de ce pays? Le responsable est bientôt disponible sur smartphone. Vous voulez le matricule? On va vous donner ça. Suis-nous sur les réseaux sociaux pour ne pas rater ça.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers Architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
Hello, everyone. Can I start? Am I ready? Okay. Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Aram Tawia. Is this clear enough? And I'm the CEO and co-founder of Letty Arts. So I'm going to talk about the emerging landscapes of African video game development. I think some of my colleagues did a great job. Douglas's presentation yesterday was perfect and touched base on a lot of things. So I'm not going to talk much about those stats, but I'll mention them briefly and then dive into what we have experienced as a company starting way back in 2009. So thank you for this opportunity, and I'm just going to dive in with the presentation. So let's see if you can see my screen. I hope my screen is up. Yeah, so Letias has been a strategic partner since 2009 with a lot of global brands trying to gamify and sell games to them. And all this have also contributed to the landscape of the gaming industry on the continent whilst we invest in our own games. A bit about myself quickly. Letiart was formed in 2009, offices in Ghana and Kenya, and we focus on interactive content, African rich content. And one of our franchises, Africa's Legends, that was launched in 2013, has had over 80,000 downloads so far. And I think more games with African descent have also been published so far. Letty Arts has been in the news. This is myself and my co-founder, Wesley. I think Wesley has not been in the picture much, but that's his face. Yeah, he's Kenyan and runs the Kenyan office and is the CTO of Letty Arts. I grew up a very happy kid, a lot of fantasies. I wanted to be a lot of things. I wanted to be the first black man to go to space then. So my dad bought me a lot of space books. I wanted to be a change around class 3, 4 to be the greatest inventor in the world. So I fell in love with robots and all these gadgets. Then around class 5, 6, it changed into superheroes, comic. All along, we've been watching all these Superman and things. So just to tell you how, like, the mindset and how I experienced growing up and why I'm doing what I do. So I wanted to be Superman. Then I was a video game addict then too. So fast forward to JSS, I was obsessed with comics and games. So I started drawing comics with my friends. I was not too good at sketching. So a friend of mine, Godfred, was doing the sketches. I draw the stories. Then around JSS2, I randomly chose a programming language. So this popular screen back then, QBasic, was one of the programming languages made by Microsoft. So I fell in love with QBasic and we made amazing games. If we have time, I was able to extract some of the screenshots of those old games to show you. So fast forward to university, I used one of those old games and made it into 3D for my final year thesis. And this became the first thesis fully made on games in KNUST, if not in this part of the region, but in my university, computer science, that was the first. So just to mention this, you saw how, like, a growing child full of ideas and just couldn't relate with his environment, my mind was thinking outside Africa, right? Even the comic I wrote, you could see the title was Cygos, and the characters were all white and foreign because we never related the aliens and all these cool mythological stories, Thor and the rest, around our immediate environment. So this became the basis of how come Letty Arts was started, to bring gaming and all this imagination into the immediate space for everyone on this continent. So we know that the global gaming industry in 2018 was valued around $130 billion and is projected to be $180 billion in 2021, right? It's growing very, 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 very fast. And the interesting graph here is that where I am, this is the African statistics, which it's amazing because seeing that gaming is growing this fast is amazing. We could see that in Egypt is leading. And actually, when we launched our first game, Africa's Legends, we had the most downloads from Egypt, probably because the Pharaoh was the one leading, but Egypt is leading. And where I am, Ghana, you could see we also have some really good stats. It means this is growing. This is growing very, 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 very fast. Which makes it exciting. Out of 55 countries, 3,000 plus cultures, and over 1 billion people on this continent, we have to be able to use this industry, which is bigger than the movie and the music industry combined globally. So we have to be able to use our local stories to also join the pie and probably double this stats or triple it. Because I know that those statistics, Africa might still be contributing a very small percentage. But if we harness it very well, we will be able to triple those stats because we have amazing people, amazing stories, amazing cultures, and amazing enthusiasts to begin this journey. So I'll give you some trends when we began, or how this began on the continent as experienced by me. Back in the 90s, I know we were all gathering around playing family game, Super Nintendo, Atari, Commodore 64, PlayStations in the late 90s, Nintendo 64. I think Netflix released a series recently which documented that timeline. And when I was watching it, I was relating it then when I was in nursery school growing up. And this was what was also happening on the continent. So Netflix might be shooting people in the West and Japan doing all those things, but in Africa, we were also experiencing it one way or the other. We had the family comms and all that. And we all gathered to play, right? We all gathered to play. And in Africa, anything fun needs to be shared. So when you are playing a game, we all sit back in game studios, and there were these game booths. But in the middle class, some of us were able to, our parents were able to get us some of these consoles. So we had these crowds in our home. And we also visited those who had the cooler consoles to play. Then in around 2003, we heard of Mixit. Like Mixit grew to become a very big chat platform. But it actually started as a game, like an SMS game. That's how they wanted it to be. But they did not succeed too well. So it transformed into a chat platform until WhatsApp came. And it had to crash. But it was really successful in South and East Africa. And then in 2005, I'm putting myself in this timeline, but I know that games might have been built then. I know most of us built games in junior high school in the 90s. Me and my friends, Justin Opuni, Makafui, we built a lot of video games in QBasic. That is not documented here, but we have all that. But I would say the first serious step in academia also involved a sort of Cygos when I transformed one of my past games into 3D and also made it a thesis, which entered academia. I'll put up those game files. I still have them. It was developed with the True Vision engine in Visual Basic. Because I was a basic person, I did everything in Visual Basic and see how to put it up for you guys to download and check it out. Then in 2006, I heard of a guy called Wesley Kirinya, who made the first 3D game in Africa. That was the headline of the newspaper that I read. My dad called me and said, "Hey, Ram, go and read the newspaper. There's news there and it's not you." So I went to read and I saw this guy, Wesley, with Adventures of Nyangi, taking all the credit on White African blog, and that's how come we met. So fast forward to 2009, Wesley is my co-founder, but that's how we met. He made Adventures of Nyangi, which was a Tomb Raider clone. So those who love Lara Croft, Nyangi is Lara Croft. It's a black Lara Croft clone. Then in 2007, we heard of Luma Arcade in South Africa. Actually, South Africa, I don't call Africa, but I don't call it because of the white influence. You go to South Africa, there are a lot of huge infrastructure, though they still have similar stories as us, but they have a lot of influence of animation and all those things there. So Luma Arcade did the mini racer game, which looked really cool. Then in 2009, myself and Wesley, after we joined force, we built iWarrior for iOS, which was published on the iOS store. And that was one of the first games for us to use to test the mobile market. At that time, Android was very young, iOS was the ish, but it wasn't big in Africa. And we were just testing out. We actually made it for S40 and the S60 phones as well. Then in 2012, we saw Malio game and games from, we heard of Kiro and all those guys, but Kiro started way back in 2003, even before us. But I started seeing the Orions and all those cool games springing up. And I think we all have this bubble of a story, encouraging each other, observing each other from afar, and moving together to make this industry work. And I heard Obi's story, how challenging. I think we all go through the same kind of issues that are happening in the gaming industry now. And I'm very glad that we've come this far. So with Kiro and Malio and all the Grey Parrots and all these cool studios that are springing up now after 2012, I think that's when it became very evident that gaming can transform Africa. So that's a brief landscape of how it emerged from this part of the world. Then one that is very important is the culturalization of games. This topic is very, very important to me because games, if you look at games in the West, they always tell a story and they have some form of look and feel, right? So I'll take the look and feel first before I touch base on the story and localization, like the importance of localization. For the look and feel, you could see that in Africa, there's games from North Africa and South Africa look very fine and very well made. I think mostly it's because of the white influence and a much more established schools and skill sets that teach these things. So they are able to understand making games in a much more professional setting and in a cool setting. So if you observe games, even North America had Ubisoft in Morocco that made Prince of Persia that we all enjoyed. And game studios from there definitely would have some influence in the quality. Then South Africa also has really established institutions that teach these things well. And we in the sub-region, most of us are self-taught. And though we are trying hard to make really, really, really quality artwork, there's also a challenge in culturalizing it to our environment, which is a good thing because we try to make the game to look like our environment, and that might not have been done by anyone. So what we present in the game now, that is how it looks around, and this is really, really, really cool. And I also encourage that everyone who will make a game from this continent should try and put a story in the immediate environment, even if it's a futuristic or a space shooter. Try and put some African city somewhere so that at least these stories go out to shape the next generation coming up. So these are some of the cool localized games that have been out there, really, really, really fun to play. We have the Orari 3D, Orion, and recently Dinasto came up with this RWC Racer 1 with all the local cars in there, which is really, really, really encouraging seeing this. And we also have our Africa's Legends that we released some time back that I already showed. And I know in our Ghanaian developer group, people have Chaskele. Some are also playing, making some really cool games that are out there and also yet to come out there. So this is just a chart to show the breakdown of how the games that have been made on the continent so far. And I'm really hopeful that we would definitely have the African Gaming Consortium because we are stronger together, and that those steps have already started. Myself, Douglas, Madiba, and some really strong game enthusiasts are trying to make this something worthwhile for the community. And I brought this slide because it was interesting. When we launched our first game, iWarrior, I wanted to share these statistics in 2010. And I also got some stats from Matatu, Cola Studios in Uganda then when I was presenting this at GDC. So when Matatu launched, these were the downloads. It was a local game. So they had over 6,000 plus downloads and 20,000 daily games were played. And iWarrior 2, this was interesting. On the iOS, when we launched the light version, we had over 8,000 downloads. The paid, we got about 3,000 paid downloads. And most of them were from the US. But currently, these stats are better. So if Madiba, I think the Kiro stats, the Orion stats are online, but I couldn't get time to fish it and put it here. But people, please just share numbers so that we use these numbers to shape the ecosystem. Now, how revenues are generated on the continent now, right, is I think most of us do this for passion. We are still waiting for that one game to pay us revenue, right, to make a game and let the game make money and pay us to sustain the studio. I know most of us are experimenting with different business models and different games. So if your game has started paying you in full, let us know. Our games have not started paying us in full. That one is a fact, but some of them are skewed towards the right business models. We should start paying us in full. And when that happens, I'll let you know. But I know most of us are doing contract works, a lot of contract and consulting works, and averagely $5,000 revenue. I think most studios charge around that. If it's lower, let us know. Myself and Douglas, I think we wanted to have this consortium so that we are able to standardize these costs and things across the continent so that we have one strong organization. And we are also encouraging more studies in video games. Look, if you are a student, we want you to research video games. We want you to write theses on video games. Kudos to all those who have made some form of academic contribution to the space. And myself, I'm open to publishing more in this space. I think we've had over 10 researchers come through Letty us to make publications on us one way or the other, Africa's Legends, all these My Jolly NGO games that we've made with different companies, I think have been published academically online. The future is really, really, really promising. And let me see, do I have time? Please, if I have time, put it up there for me. The future is really promising, and we see a lot of projections and opportunities happening, right? We really would like to have a lot of game studios on the continent springing up, and specialization also has to happen. The gaming industry is an industry that involves every skill set. Every skill set is necessary. So we want people to specialize. If you're a lawyer, come into the IP field. We want our game characters, game technologies to have IP that can be registered and patented. We want to do it well. If you are a story writer, please come in with really cool stories, and we would love to make games around them. If you're a comic artist, bring your comic. We will make games for these comics. We want everyone to be able to have jobs. I think the gaming industry is what is going to catapult or solve unemployment on the continent. I really believe in that. And very soon, academia would also be accepting it full time. I think I made my first game development course with Bluecrest University, which will publish tomorrow. We are going to launch tomorrow. And yes, we want a lot of courses. So if you are interested to teach a course in video games or digital comics animation, please, let's start partnering academia to make these courses relevant, especially in the times of Corona. People would love to make use of their skill, and gaming is one of the best ways. Game development is one of the best ways to contribute. And then I didn't touch on esports because Douglas touched a lot on esports. We want people to play the games and also give us feedback, and also create competitions around the games. The first esports company in Africa to launch an esports event totally around a local African game is what we are looking for. We want companies to take up our games no matter how crappy they are. I told people that a lot of crap games are going to come, a lot of good games are also going to come. The crap has to happen for better games to be made. And I tell people that I've played a lot of crappy games, even up to now. I download a lot of games from China, Japan, and there are a lot of very basic made games, but it's out there. No matter how your game looks, so long as it's playable and you feel confident about it, put it out there, and people can play to give you feedback. Some will definitely love it. So check out my tutorial, my game development course, which is Understanding Game Development, Game Design and Development Part 1 on the Bluecrest University website. So yes, so we see funding happening, publishing happening, and comic games. I think CarryFest has come in the field for publishing. Mobile network operators are also ready to help with publishing on their shops. We have seen Apple, we've seen Microsoft. All these guys are coming onto the continent very fast. Consulting is also happening. Gamification is also happening. I think Douglas mentioned gamification as an opportunity yesterday in his presentation. And yes, it's an opportunity. So we want to also see events, a lot of events happening. I think we did the African Game we are trying to put the African Game Developers Association together. So an African Game Conference might come. We did the MTN Game Conference recently, and the Africacomicade that I'm speaking on. I think purely dedicated conferences for games is necessary on the continent to grow this. And groups are also springing up. I think we have IGDA coming onto the continent and all that. So I'll encourage us to work together through these game jams. I think Africacomicade has a game jam this weekend, and we are very happy to be part of the sponsors. We did a global game jam earlier in January, and IGDA Ghana, IGDA Nigeria, Senegal. I think we should also start coming together and talking about this more actively. And yes, I try to be very, very, very realistic. After all this effort, what happened? I think we saw a lot of patronage with African history. That is a fact. We are always getting emails, BBC, CNN, everyone that takes a step here, we've been able to resonate that fact globally, right? Gaming is gradually getting accepted. I've had parents bring their kids to intern here as young as 8 years, have come to intern with Letty Arts, and I know a lot of similar studios have these stories. Then we have the idea of localization companies, because translation is necessary. Swahili translation. We just got one of our comics translated in Spanish, and it's being distributed. Kamza is being distributed in Spain in Spanish, French, Portuguese, and more importantly, local language. One of my friends, Jenny Games in Nigeria, has his app for teaching local language, which is the Jenny Games app, and he has all the African languages in the Ewe. We have Wolof, we have Swahili, and the Yoruba, Igbo. All these languages are being digitized. So we really believe that this step that we've taken is yielding results. An idea of QA companies are also coming, quality assurance, game testers. Companies should be set up solely for testing. We do our testing with Lancaster University. There's a group of geeks there who pick up our products and give us really good feedback when we make products and games. So we want to see companies being set up in these sectors as well. So an overview of that is how far the emerging landscape of African video game development has come, how far it has come. So with my vision 2030, we will see we need to flourish. We need to have work together to transform the lives of our citizens. And the video game industry projections here in Africa should be at least a whopping $10 billion, right? We should push it high, and even higher, right? Education has to embrace it, production has to happen, distribution has to be fixed. We should have a healthy ecosystem and also dwell on strategic partnerships. And I gave this slide is how Latin America also made this happen. This slide was picked from the keynote speaker during the MTN Gaming Conference. So Latin America has a similar ecosystem as Africa. And now in 2018, it was worth $5 billion, right? They have a population of 650 million, even lesser than Africa. We are $1 billion plus, right? And it has Brazil that gave them that growth from 2015 to 2017. So a country here in Africa would have to make that happen. Probably Ghana or Nigeria, who is a giant, the 200 million plus people. So we should make this happen, right? Local developers also have support from each other and also have support for their products. We should support each other. No matter how the game is, communities should be vibrant and we should support each other. Right? So I think these are necessary, and the training bit, the education bit is also necessary. And please, no matter which style that you use for game development, there are standards, but start teaching your style. experiment with your style. We need to have also dictate the gaming the game development industry in Africa. Probably the style of making a game in Finland is totally different from making a game in Africa, right? Though it's the same tools. If you've discovered a new style, write about it. Let's peer review it. Let's see how that style works. And yeah, we go on from there. So documentation of our style is very important. I think I'm coming to the end, but let me know how much time I have. Yes. Okay. So let me know how much time I have so that I can just wrap it up. Okay. Sure. So my time is up. Thank you very much for your audience. And I think we've been able to touch base on the emerging landscape of African video game development. I'll take your questions now, if any. Thank you.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 games and instant tournaments, as well as filtered, hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log into Facebook or Google Plus accounts and explore more.
John isomblabele jisongong isi.
Hello? Yeah, so I'm now going to give a talk on the relevance of gaming industry to Africa. And it's quite exciting because the gaming industry is now hitting, it's worldwide, and Africa is one of the promising industries that the gaming industry will make strides. So let me begin by saying the gaming industry itself is huge, very huge. And it's supposed to reach the target now is to reach $180 billion industry by 2021 alone. This year, because of the coronavirus, it's gone down a bit, but then it's still promising. For example, if you compare it to casinos, people are rather gaming than casinos. So the gaming industry promised to be an industry that, whether there's a pandemic or not, it will still grow. Now, currently, the games that are ruling the world are casual and hyper-casual games. Before I touch on Africa and how it will really impact positively on Africa, let's look at some very good statistics about the gaming industry. Now, the global market is set to reach a $256 billion industry by 2025. That's global. And if you have the gaming industry itself, 2.5 billion people worldwide play games. And players spend about $4.5 billion on immersive games. And this will be by the end of 2020. That's the forecast this year alone. Now, Sony Entertainment itself is valued as $13 billion. And esports enjoy audience of 456 million people. There are also high fidelity games that are on the rise. And the global gaming market is forecast worth $256.97 billion by 2025. The source of all this is model intelligence. Now, let's look at Africa and what all this has for Africa. Now, if you look at Africa, it's the only region in the world where the youth population is increasing. So by 2050, Africa's young people, that is those between 0 and 24 years old, will be increasing by nearly 50%. And Africa will have the most significant number of young people. So this is critical to the continent because it comes to mobile and gaming as a whole. Now, African studios making new inroads, they are launching original locally produced content on Netflix, for example. And several local content production have been nominated for several global awards, including the Oscars. So, for example, the NSA Festival in 2020 will be focusing on animation from Africa. So, and there are government initiatives also in Africa adopting gaming solutions for educational purposes. So these developments bring up opportunities for the gaming industry in Africa. So during this lockdown, as I said earlier, entertainment streaming, gaming streaming are thriving. And there are a lot of events that are being canceled without live games and betting. But the knock-off effect is that accounts of most industries' revenue have crashed to almost nil. But if you compare it to our competitors like casinos, as I said earlier, there was a sharp increase and then there was a decline. People were not really willing to spend during the lockdown because they were at home. But then for the gaming industry, rather, people were gaming because now it was a source of livelihood and many families wanted to connect. And to while away the boredom, people were just interested in games. Now, the mobile gaming industry itself, it generates close to half of the revenue of the gaming industry that the gaming industry gets annually. So I mean, there's so much potential in the mobile gaming industry. And over 200 million Africans below the age of 35 are really into the gaming industry. That is the mobile gaming industry. So it means Africa has a huge market for games and smartphone companies. Now, mobile gaming is gaining popularity, therefore, in Africa. So, for example, we have 290 million people in North Africa using mobile phones. So it means all of these young people are going to be hooked up onto mobile game. That's the prospects. And this mobile market is generating $90 billion annually. And one of the major drivers of the growth is potential to spawn massive real money gaming industry around the continent. And mobile tech spreads around the continent, largely in Africa, also will pave the way for legal betting and then gaming. Now, aside all of these, it's a promising area in Africa, but then we also have to look at regulation and then certain things that if you don't look at it like that, disadvantages of gaming in Africa that can be inhibitors. For example, there's an increase in 3G coverage in Africa from 63% in 2017 to 70% in 2018. So there's extended access to more than 80 million people to have access to 3G. But 3.3 million people are in areas covered by mobile broadband networks that do not have mobile internet. So this usage gap, that is more than 4 times greater than the coverage gap. And it's an area that we must look at. But Africa is again a promising region that there's increasing investment in terms of broadband, in terms of internet. So it's not really like a big negativity. Then now let's look at some benefits that the gaming industry will bring to Africans. Some of the benefits are jobs, healthy lifestyles, people who stay in school, because once you're in the gaming industry, it helps people to have good, sharp memory, And then once your memory is sharp, it means you do well in school. It means you stay in school, you not drop out of school. And once you're in school, you finish with a good degree, and it means you get a high-paying income. You go to college. And there are some other just hold on. Yes. Just hold on whilst I share my screen, and then we all have fun. Okay, I believe now. Yes, so I believe now people can hear me. Yeah. So some of the advantages include increased increased vision. For example, playing games, 50 hours of action video games spread over 10 to 12 weeks. It improves the visual contrast sensitivity. So it means now you have good eyesight. Mobile gaming industry also, or playing games also good and successful in treating amblyopia. That's a medical condition. Then playing games improves attention and vigilance. For example, the ability to track moving objects in the field of distractors. Action games improve the ability for children and adults to keep track of a set of moving objects that were visually identical to other moving objects in the visual field. It also reduces impulsiveness because the action games improve performance in a test ability. Action games improve performance in a test of ability to refrain from responding to non-target stimuli. So these were tests that were conducted in a situation in which most stimuli call for a response, but an occasional stimulus call for no response. So during these tests done on playing games, it's realized that it really helps in people's visual and eyesight. So in Africa, in areas where people have poor eyesight, people have who are bad visual medical conditions, playing games are a tool for improving their eyesight. Also is dyslexia, which gaming industry also is able to, because one study found out that 12 hours of playing video games improves dyslexia in children, and where the children improved in tests in reading and phonology. Then also playing games also increases executive functioning, like the ability to engage in multiple tasks simultaneously. You can multitask because playing games it has that feature. And people in the industry, like in the army, people who in the Air Force, some of the tests that are done are actually playing games. You'll be tested and you use a joystick, you'll be given a target, and your maneuver and your response and all that shows your ability to be able to handle aircraft. That is a special type of aircraft in defense. And it also increases mental flexibility because a number of researchers have reported that The experience with action video games improves people's ability to switch rapidly and without error between tasks. Then it also reduces mental decline and accompanies aging. Yeah, for aging, you know, once you are aging and you begin to play games, begin to engage your brain, it helps your brain to increase in activity. So these are all benefits, especially for Africa, because in Africa, there are some areas where we don't really have good healthcare. So games are one area that will help, especially for children when they are growing up. Then also it helps in job-related skills, like attention to detail, excellent working memory, good decision-making. And these are all the benefits of games that people really take for granted. Then, but then apart from these, we have issues, regulatory issues that we need to overcome. Issues like piracy, laws, regulations, that concerns relating to fraud, doing game transactions, all of these impact on the growth of the market. So we have gambling, sports, and betting integrity. These are all related to areas of money laundering, terrorist financing, and they have links between gaming and crime. So, and this is really peculiar to Africa. But then because it's peculiar to Africa, the African regulators really know the industry. They know about crime and terrorism. So we are better placed to really generate regulations to combat these better than in Africa and in Europe. And regulators in Africa, for example, are very keen on to take on international best practices and then mold them and interpret them to adapt it so that it will work effectively for us. So it's like a better situation right now to tackle, that is, our regulations can better tackle crime and cybercrime using gaming better than other industries. And the moment we tailor it to suit international best standards, then it means we are inviting future Yeah. So now what is encouraging that there is no barrier to overseas investment or operators entering the market, provided they respect and adhere to regulations in every African jurisdiction where investors will want to go and invest. If you look at Europe, they are very fragmented. If you look at US, they are moving on to DFS. If you look at Australia and India, they are trying to do something at a time. So it means that is regarding responsibility and integrity issues. Latin America, they have the game industry is challenging, and Asia, even so more concerning regulation. So it means it's Africa that we have a set of countries where we have growing economic power, populations who like to bet and who are really willing to bet whether they like it or not, because whether we like it or not, people will always bet and people will always game. So why not really make up the rules that it's legal for people now to go online and then do it legally, and then to invite investors into Africa. Now let's look at the future of gaming industry. Now, as of September 2019, we had Electronic Arts. They began to test run cloud gaming services. And reports show that Google has been the frontliner in the cloud gaming industry since the launch of its Stadia service, supported by a few Android devices. And online gaming too is becoming more immersive. If you look at gambling, it is loved by millions of people. And statistics show that for the gaming industry, that 3D games, VR casinos, and live dealers, among others, they will soon be introduced into the gaming industry. So the use of VR headsets will allow users to experience online gambling as though they were in the live casinos in Las Vegas. So we will also be seeing more remastered games and game remakes. These are all for the future. Now, statistics on video games trends show that this year, games like Final Fantasy Remake, Resident Evil 3, and those games, they'll pick up interest for the younger generations, and those who grew up playing these games are the primary targets. So gaming industry is targeting the young and the youth, but then also adults are also picking up interest. Now we're also going to have high fidelity mobile games that will be on the rise, because now the mobile phone is now the easy pick and go, and then do your work, including playing games. So there's so much interest and so much investment in mobile gaming, and now that is moving on to high fidelity mobile gaming, unlike traditional high fidelity streaming on laptops. And many game developers also becoming interested in creating graphics that are ultra realistic. So in 2016, for example, high fidelity games accounted for 5% to 10% of the top mobile games in Western countries. So it means statistics on the video games trend to show that China tops the high fidelity mobile game category in terms of revenue. But then because Africa has a growing target and with more increasing internet penetration, Africa will one day surpass that of Asia. Now, studios are set to experience benefits of merging their marketing and monetizing teams. So now, with advertising becoming a very important source of revenue for gaming companies, many game studios align their marketing and monetization units into one single team. So, and this began in 2019. So mostly in gaming companies, they deal with casual and hyper-casual games. And according to gaming industry stats of 2020, it is expected that this current development will usher in a more effective working environment, which will ultimately lead to a growth of a company. So this is just what I wanted to share with Africacomicade Gamathon about the prospect of gaming in Africa. And Oya Media Africa, we also are very interested in gaming, and especially for the prospect of gaming in Africa. But Africa is a thriving market. Africa has prospects, and it is not that we are doing things illegally. We have the regulations here, and we better understand the terrain in terms of how to tackle the illegalities connected to gaming, terrorist financing, and anti-money laundering, and all that, because we know how we are better situated to understand it. So we have very good prospect in terms of now increasing the quest for improving the industry from Africa, so that now it will be better in the world. I think I have some questions, and I would like to take some questions. Yeah. So I'm sorry for the slides. I just had issues sharing them online, but then I think I'll make them available and then share them. Okay, gaming and crime. Please, who are the game regulators in Africa? And how do you indie game developers seek to get approval? Okay, so basically it will be jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Apart from international regulation, every country will need to have strong legal regime, strong regulators in the gaming industry and entertainment industry. So once every country has that, it will be linked to the regulators will look at betting, for example, that the betting must be legal, that the betting must not be related to anti-money laundering or terrorist financing, that the betting must have children of legal age who are betting. And that will now regulate those in the betting industry, that is companies who want to bet. So now, with that regulation in place, no one can start a betting industry unless the person is approved by the regulator. So the individual country-specific regulators help in regulating the industry. Then we have international regulators also. There are lots of international regulations concerning anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, and all that. Some are regional based, but the moment a country signs up onto it, then now it means that country will become a beneficiary of, if it's Interpol, if it's international crime agencies that always share knowledge, share information to get those involved in illegal terrorist financing, to get in illegal gaming. Sometimes they use it to bait children for child pornography or for child trafficking. So that's the advantage of joining the international regulators, and then that will also purify the gaming industry and make it legal, so that now people will get into the gaming industry. Children will not be bullied. Children will not have cyber bullying, and then it will really improve their intellect and then make them sharp. So, is there any other question? Okay, all right. So I believe my session will end now. So thank you, and I'll be with you again, and have a great time on Gamathon. Bye.
Thank you so much. Interesting to be Africacomicade. It's nice to see.
Hi guys, thank you so much for having us. Thank you, Sean, for leading this. I don't know if everyone can hear me clearly. Can you hear me clearly? All right, awesome. So my name is Bolu Omotayo, and I lead the community at Carry First. So before joining Carry First, I co-founded a company called TabNG. And basically what we did at TabNG was we fixed and sold computer electronics online. So it was while I was running TabNG that I first realized the huge demands that Africans have for gaming. So typically you would see a lot of young adults who would make orders on our platform requesting for video game consoles, typically the PS3s, amongst so many others. And that was when I knew that, oh, okay, Africa is finally becoming ripe for the gaming future that we all hoped for. I think we have a bit of connection problem. Okay. There's a bit of connectivity challenges. There's a bit of connection problem.
Great. No, Bolu, we're back on track. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'll introduce myself. So I'm Sean. I head up publishing, partnerships, and business development at Carry First. Before joining Carry First, I spent the past 10 years as an entrepreneur with experience in investing and consulting, as well as in the events industry, where I've done over 400 events across the public and private sector. So a few people in the chat are aware of Carry First, and we're happy to answer questions as we continue through this session. We want to keep it interactive, so please put in your questions and we'll be sure to answer it. So while we are a publisher, we have quite an interesting story. And Bolu, I'd love for you to start with explaining that story and how we started initially as a trivia game.
Awesome. So a bit of background. In 2018, we soft launched a trivia game in Nigeria called Carry First Trivia. And typically, if you understand what trivia games are games where you answer questions and typically get rewards. So the fastest way to think of it is to think of it as who wants to be a millionaire. So when we launched Carry First Trivia in Africa, the basic mindset was we wanted a game by Africans and for Africans. So you look at the founding team of the company, for example, and a lot of members on the team, for example, are typically from Africa or have had a couple of things to do with Africa. So apart from that, we also wanted to ensure that our content were, if not entirely, but a large chunk of it reflected Africa. So you would see that, for example, in our questions. So we launched Carry First Trivia. Typically, our questions were themed around Africa, and we got a lot of downloads, organic downloads. We had not done any form of marketing. It was just referral, people speaking to their friends and telling them about the amazing platform where they get to answer questions and win rewards. And it was awesome. So 2018, we kept running like that. 2019, of course, we officially launched. And one of the interesting things to note is that in the past, since when we officially launched around, which was early 2019 till date, we've done over 1.5 million downloads. And we've been able to do, amongst that, several other beautiful things. We've already launched some other games also on the Play Store. One of the games is called iPad, and some other ones, which of course are coming up very soon. We've built an amazing community of people, of course, which I'll be talking about later on this chat. And of course, yeah, we've been able to deliver some impressive results, typically that wasn't expected for a gaming company in Africa.
Perfect. So I see there's already a question there from Afro Gamer. Hi Ife, I hope you're doing well. So in terms of focusing on mobile, beyond just it being the opportunity in the market, if you look at the proliferation of smartphones across Africa, that's where the real opportunity is. The reality is a lot of people across the continent are becoming more connected through their mobile devices as being a primary source of entertainment. So it was initially an idea that one of our co-founders, Cordell, who's originally from Sierra Leone, he was in Nigeria working for the Carlyle Group, and he initially came up with the idea and the potential, and fast forwarding, that's where we are now, and when we pivoted to being a publisher. So I'll explain a bit more about us as a publisher and also the role of a publisher, because a lot of people maybe are a bit unsure what exactly is a publisher. So we're a team of about 25 people based in Cape Town, South Africa, Lagos, Nigeria, and New York in the United States, as well as we have remote employees across Europe as well as throughout Africa. And our whole business model, it's twofold. So on the one end, what we are doing is chatting with large publishers and developers about signing a regional agreement with them, because we believe we can help improve monetization and in-app purchases on the continent. We've developed a proprietary payment aggregator to allow people to be able to make in-app purchases. The reality is in Africa, there's a low credit card penetration. So we are looking to solve those sort of problems. And then what we're also doing is chatting with smaller developers and studios about signing a global publishing agreement. And we've actually signed our first global publishing agreement, so it's exciting times, and we're busy looking at signing about 3 to 4 more games in the coming months. So watch out, everyone. And who knows, maybe those in a part of this chat might be our next game, if not now or in the future. And what we are typically looking for is games that are ready-made, so we have the opportunity to scale them. And what I will do is explain that a bit more later on in the chat for those who are a bit unsure when we talk about retention. A bit of a tip to the audience, retention really does matter. And this is to publishers, and I'll explain a bit later on why. And what a publisher does is effectively will help you scale your game and work on the monetization and the game economy and the live ops to ensure that your game has a better chance to succeed. And for a lot of developers who are wondering, should I self-publish or work with a publisher? So my advice with that is ultimately you need to decide what are you looking for in a publisher? Do you have the marketing expertise yourself to be able to get your game out there, whether it's through organic downloads or whether it's through paid downloads in order to reach users? That's a key factor in terms of deciding whether to go with a publisher or not. Are you new to the industry? Do you need some support? So those are various elements that I would recommend looking in when you're deciding about a publisher. So something else that we do is beyond just scaling with games. For us, mobile games are just the start. We want to focus on multiple channels of content on mobile. We also want to focus on payments. As cliche as it sounds, what we want to become is the so-called Tencent of Africa and really unlock the potential of Africa. Now, while we focus very much on the games and our current journey as a publisher, we very much focus on community, and that's a massive part about what we're looking to do. And Bolu, I'd love for you to talk a bit more about community and the events that we've been doing weekly and about the audience and their potential to get involved.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sean. So one of the key things that I like to highlight whenever I'm having talks like this is the existing problems that we have on the continent, especially around gaming. And of course, you talked about a few of them, like payments, for example. Payments is one critical challenge that creators on the continent have to face. Regulations and things like that are some of the typical challenges that you have to face. Of course, I can see a question here where someone was talking about regulations and stuff. Of course, we'll be answering that question. So one of the interesting approach that we brought was the idea of our community. So we have a body in CarryFest, which is called our CarryFest community. And basically, the CarryFest community is a group of people who are really interested in the things that we do at CarryFest and want to be a part of it. And typically, some of the things we do at the communities, we organize gaming events, we organize capacity programs to help people grow and earn. And I would explain exactly what I mean by helping people grow and earn. So, critical component of what we're trying to do, or what we are doing because we're already doing it, is we want people to see gaming as more than something we do for fun. So, for example, when I was growing up, I played mobile games like I played Road Rash, I played the PlayStation 1 and stuff. And for me, it was just all fun. And I'm sure for a couple of other people connected on this call, it was just all fun. But then you look at continents such as Asia, you look at continents such as Europe, amongst others, and you'd see people who have transcended fun to actually profiting from it. So the idea of the community is to help people grow and profit. So let me explain what that means to you. So I said, for example, that the idea is to help people grow. So we are saying, okay, this category of people are interested in gaming, and we don't just want them to see it as fun, we want them to grow. So we in the community organize a series of programs that help people grow. So at the moment, we have about 3 programs that we run monthly, among several others. One of them is called our Games Gamers Gaming. Our Games Gamers Gaming event is an event where we bring in everybody involved, games creators, people who play the games, and people who are involved in the process of gaming itself, and we begin to have conversations around it. Another interesting program that we run is our Skill Up program, community Skill Up program, where we look at members of our community and say, okay, these are the critical skills that these people want to build for the future. Some of them want to actually become creators. How can we help these people harness such skills that they need? Some of these people want to have some other technical or digital skill. What we do is we bring people who have relevant skills and can impact these skills to members of our community. And of course, these people benefit from them. Another interesting program we run is called our Talking Money and Opportunity. We understand that a major part of our community consists of people between the ages of 18 and about 35. And these people have a lot of interest in their financials. So we talk about money and opportunity. For example, last week we had an interesting guest who talked about how people can raise the first capital for their first business. So you'd see that we've transited from just fun to actually profit. And one of the also very amazing things again that we do at the community is we help people make profit. And I would explain why. So Sean said something the other time. Sean said that one of the critical problems that creators face on the continent is around payments. It sounds cliche, like he said, but it's a really, really interesting problem. So Google says that they have a payment infrastructure, which is the Google Pay, but a lot of people have challenges with their cards. Some of their cards get rejected and things like that. So how do you solve problems like that? We, for example, we're running games in Nigeria, we're running games in South Africa, we're running games in Kenya, and very soon we're going to run in a couple of other African countries. How do we solve a couple of all these problems? So one of the critical things that we did was we introduced a peer-to-peer payment system. So for our Carry First trivia games, we run free games and of course we run premium games. Premium games are games where you require some amount of access to join. So for example, in some games they call it coins, while on our platform we call it credits. So credits are that tokens, like that ticket you need to access our premium games. So what we've done through our community network or through our community structure is to empower people to be able to own these digital credits bought at a discounted price and to be actually able to sell to friends and family for the actual price. So it's just very simple. Your friend Shola wants to play any of our games because our digital credit can be used across all our games. So Shola wants to play our game and he has issues with payments, or he doesn't want to go through that process. All Shola needs to do is to meet Sean and ask Sean for this number of credits. Sean collects or receives cash from him, and Sean transfers the credit to him from his mobile phone. So it's that very simple. So the community is very, very, very interesting aspect of what we've done so far at Carry First. And yeah, we've been able to grow from there. And at the moment, we're about 2,000 plus community strong. Yeah.
Great, Polu. And so yeah, there was a question earlier. So I'll tackle it, and if you have anything further to add, please do so. So what I'd like to share is that with regulations, and maybe those in the audience, it might be particularly useful for you to know this. It very much depends on what type of game it is, whether it's skill-based or it's luck. So as an example, trivia is skill-based, so therefore it has very different regulations to something such as betting or gambling, where it's luck-based. So based on what type of game, where it is that whole, where it falls under, whether it's skill-based or, as I said, luck-based, the regulations are going to be different, and that's something to look at. As a result, it can be quite tiresome. I know people who are more in the luck-based type of games, and they've taken up to 2 years to get approval for licensing. So for those in the audience, just be mindful of that if you're going to go that approach.
All right, thank you for that, Sean.
Paulo, I don't know if you have anything further to add to that, just based in terms of the approach, and as you know, in Nigeria, the massive success of companies in sports betting and using those kind of regulations, yes. And as a result, the difference.
Yes, so like you said, so gaming is like in the broad sense, but then there are different subtypes. There are some games that are just purely betting games and things like that. And like you said, it's like ours is more from the skill perspective, and of course we don't go through as much rigor that some of all these other companies go through. Yeah, so we have enjoyed some of all those leniency in so far. And typically, I think that one of the reasons why that has been is because I think the government have not really seen the potential in gaming, which is one of the reasons why maybe we've not seen as much support, which is one of the reasons also why we've not seen as much involvement in them trying to regulate different aspects of things like that. So maybe once the government begin to see some of the social contribution and social impact in terms of job creation, in terms of contribution to GDP, say, or whatsoever type of problem that gaming solves, maybe that's when we're going to be able to see some of all these government agencies actually becoming involved in these levels.
Absolutely. And so we have another question. Sure. So that's a great comment, and it's quite topical in the world today. What is going on regarding Fortnite? So with Apple, they are stricter, as I'm sure a lot of people are aware of what's going on. With Google and the Play Store, it's a bit different, and it's small things, like it has to do with how payments are done, whether it's the game is downloaded through a web-based store or whether it's directly through Google. Personally, we have a very strong relationship with both Google and Apple, particularly in Africa. We have, we're in communication with them often. And so what we're talking about in terms of alternative type of payment and structures and stores allowing more opportunity. So this is something that was extremely popular in Southeast Asia and still is in terms of their methods. And it's just something that we're looking to bring onto the continent. Chatting with members in Google, they're very much aware about the need for something such as this. And we're looking to work with them as opposed to doing it, I guess, secretly, because ultimately our goal is not to cut out Google, to give them their cut, but just to allow our users the opportunity to make in-app purchases and to enjoy games. Because what we found is that in Africa, if you look at the statistics, the monetization is seen as low. But ultimately, the big reason for that is it's not that people aren't willing to spend, it's that they haven't previously had the opportunity to do so. And that's what we're looking at, solving that challenge and creating the solution for that.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Sean said. Priority is first access, not just creating these things and putting them up on these stores, but then can people actually use these things? Can people actually pay for these things? Which is part of the reason why when some of all those payment challenges came up, because we also had our fair share of some of these payment challenges where Google have had to ask questions and stuff. We've had to, of course, directly reach out to them, which of course is one of the reasons why we built out these relationships that Sean talked about with the Play Store and the App Store, because priority first is access. These people don't even have access. Their cards cannot be accepted. Their cards are being rejected, and they want to use the platform. You understand what I'm trying to say? So that's primarily why we have moved on to build some of these relationships, and why we have taken some of these things as our core strengths to help creators to actually navigate through those challenges. So while you are thinking of how to self-solve your own payment challenges, Carifest is one publisher that you can always reach out to, and of course we always have open hands to help people navigate some of these problems or challenges like payments, like we just talked about.
Thanks, Paulo. And so we have a question here about, do you organize training sessions for newbies into gaming too? So Paulo, I'd love for you to explain a bit more about the opportunities there for someone getting involved in the community and the upskilling process. And then I'll happily add on to that in terms of advice and being able to chat.
All right. So let me answer that question by first looking at this comment from Kofiro. Kofiro says, I do it for passion, but man must eat and have a roof over his head. And of course, that's entirely one of the reasons why the community exists. It's not just for fun. It's for the fact that man must eat. Not just man must eat, but man must build up himself. Man must skill up. And of course, man must make profit from where he finds fun, especially when there's profit potential from it. So typically there's a journey to becoming a member of the community. Not a journey in the sense of a very magnanimous activity you need to carry out. It's very simple. All you need to do is to visit our linktree/Carry community, or simply go on our Instagram page, Carry First Ambassador, or just search for Carry community. On Instagram, search for Carry community and click the link on our bio. When you click the link on our bio, you are going to see different links. You see a link to know what event is coming out, which typically you can access our event calendar. You see a link to read our newsletters regularly. You see a link to join our community. You see a link to become an ambassador, which gives you opportunity to buy our credits at a discount and sell to friends and family to make actual profit for yourself. So typically, Benefits of becoming a member of our community: we get opportunity to test games. Like Sean talked about, we are publishing different games, and we want to publish games that we know Africans are interested in. We want to publish games that we know Africans want to sell and make profit from. We want to publish games that people actually enjoy. And how do we know these things? Is by you guys giving us enough feedback to help us work from. So if you become a member of our community, for example, you get an opportunity to test some of these games that we think you guys love and provide enough feedback from us. There's a lot of fun involved in that process. There's a lot of fun involved in that process, which I know a lot of you guys do not want to miss. You also get to participate in our skill up programs. We've had amazing skill up programs so far. We've had skill up programs around graphics design. We are going to have skill up programs around actually creating games, which will be coming out any moment from this day. We also have gaming events that we organize. Yeah, that's like one of the very core things about our community. So in the past 1 year, we've organized about 6 to 7 gaming events across different campuses. We've been at Unilag, University of Lagos. We've been at Federal University of Technology, Akure. We've been at Ekiti. We've been at University of Abuja. We've been at OAU. We've been to different campuses organizing gaming events, and these events are not going to stop. We know that COVID has brought a lot of restraints, but of course, once this is off, or even if this is not off, we're going to be doing a lot of these things more on the virtual side to it. So this is some of the benefits of becoming an ambassador. And like I spoke about the other time, and I keep emphasizing, the opportunity you have to purchase these credits at a discount to make profit for yourself while you sell to friends and family. Then one of the critical things again is our weekly publication, which we call our newsletter. On our newsletter, you find interesting stuff. So for those who are students, for example, weekly we provide you guys information on scholarships that you guys can benefit from. For those who are looking for internship opportunities, on our newsletter, you find internship opportunities that you can benefit from. On our newsletter, you find actual job opportunities you can benefit from. You find interesting gaming news and gaming updates, and so on. So this is like a huge community that everyone needs to be a part of. As a creator, we have a part that you can participate in. As a user, we have a side of the community that you would also enjoy. And yeah, and of course, like I said, it's free to join, and we have very open hands. Please go on Carifest community on Instagram and click the link on bio and start the process from there.
Great, thanks, Polu. And I want to add to that before I see a great comment there, and then we can definitely chat about that as well, is in terms of being new to the industry, one of the best, I guess, pieces of advice I can give to everyone listening and watching at the moment is don't be afraid to reach out, whether it's to Carifest or to anyone else in industry, because ultimately this industry is very welcoming and often people are willing to chat to you. Now, something that I want to bring up in terms of retention, for those new to the industry, I might be wondering, what is retention? How come he keeps mentioning that? So retention, what that essentially means is how many people are coming back to the game. And how that works is there's various analytics platforms that you can use. Something that I'd recommend using is gameanalytics.com or dev2dev. They are both free. Game Analytics is free because it's used by some of the biggest players in the world. Dev2dev is very, it goes into a lot of detail, and it's free for those who have up to 10,000 MAU, which is monthly active users. Now, again, getting back to retention. So effectively how that works is how many people are coming back to the game. Now, if you're wondering, well, why does it matter? Well, essentially, having tons of downloads does not equal tons of money. How money works and monetization works is it either works through in-app purchases, IAP, or it works through ad monetization, where people are looking at ads. And if you look at the hyper-casual genre, which is becoming more and more popular, most of the money that hyper-casual publishers make are through ads. And so why it's relevant to have strong retention numbers is if you aren't having a lot of people coming back to your games, you're not having people there to watch the ads. People aren't watching the ads. You're not making money from the ads. And it goes the same with in-app purchases. If you don't have people coming back to your games they won't be able to make in-app purchases. So ultimately, how I like to look at it is, although looking at games, and I look at every game that gets sent to us, and personally, that's just to show respect to developers, because I know a lot of work gets put into making games, and so therefore it's a sign of respect. So while publishers look at how are the retention numbers as the be-all and end-all, well, we certainly look at that as well. We also look at the game and the potential and tracking where the game's at in terms of the retention, and looking, okay, this is where you're at right now, where if and when you make some changes to the game to improve it, it's always good to track that progression. And often that's actually quite key when you're working with a publisher, because it's not only about the numbers, it's how willing are you to make changes? How willing are you to work together? Because it's about working together and a partnership. It's not just the developer-publisher kind of dynamic, or at least that's in our approach. And so with retention and with approaches, what I'd like to add is something that I've noticed, and whether you're approaching Carry First and looking at other great publishers on the continent, we're a fan of there being more publishers on the continent, because we're all about the scene rising. I'm a big believer in a rising tide lifts all boats. So the more publishers, the more developers, it's good for everyone on the scene in Africa. So whether you're approaching those in Africa or globally, some advice that what I've seen is that ultimately know which camp you're in as a developer. And I've noticed there's kind of two sides. So on the one side, some developers say, we make games, we like making games, and that's what we want to focus on. Just send us a paycheck every month once you obviously enter into an agreement. Then there are developers who want to actually learn about the business decisions taken behind publishing. Why are you focusing on these markets? Why are you doing that? And so usually you find publishers are kind of in either or kind of a camp. At Carry First, we're open to both. We want to, just like as we grow, we want people to grow with us. We're wanting to help you grow on your journey as well. So provided we've signed a publishing agreement with you, we very much are interested in ensuring that you are growing and learning as well. So I saw a comment in terms of, let me just find it earlier on, in terms of, I want to work with a video game publisher in Africa. I'm the founder of Soundjata. So great. Now, ultimately, in terms of the process, and what I'd recommend doing is getting in touch, whether it's getting in touch with someone such as myself or another publisher, that's the starting point. What I'd recommend doing is reaching out and saying, hey, I've got my game. This is the stage that it's at. We've got a build for it. And that's the first step. If you have retention metrics, even better, because that's ultimately the games that we are looking for, where we're looking at already made games with retention metrics that we can assess. If not, I'm more than personally happy for us to chat offline anyway, and seeing how can I assist you, and whether we as Carry First can assist you, and that would be great. If not, more than happy to try, see what I can do with those I know in industry that can be of assistance. Ultimately, it's about seeing what does the game developer need. Sometimes the game developer needs advice. Sometimes the game developer needs money and investment as well. And if you're looking for that, what I'd recommend doing is looking at incubator programs or accelerator programs that can provide that financial support. What we do at Carry First is typically when we sign an agreement, we offer what's called an MG, which is a minimum guarantee. And often that MG is to just polish off the game and the retention metrics that we've seen, just to help improve that further as we move to a soft launch. And if you're wondering what a soft launch is, effectively, it's like a limited kind of a launch where you're acquiring users to ensure testing the robustness of the game. Because often games, while they have potential, how do they interact with a larger user base? Can the game scale well? And that's moving it into the soft launch phase.
Yeah, interesting. Just to complement what Sean said the other time, which someone quoted, he said, "A rising tide lifts all boats," and that's like the foundation for some of the things or the conversations I have around gaming on the continent. Is we need to stay as much activity as we can. Of course, I don't mean activity in the sense of, I mean strategic activity. So we have people who are creating content. We have people who are actually using this content. Of course, gamers. We have people who are actually making payments. We have people who are going through training. We have people who are organizing tournaments. We have blogs who are writing about gaming and blogs who are writing about existing tournaments, and we have all this activity going on the continent. So what we are doing that way is basically we are creating a rising tide, and when this tide is up there, one of the things we are going to observe is we are going to see a lot of external publishers. So we can see maybe some involvement from companies like Tencent, from Garena, people looking on the continent and seeing, oh, there's activity going on here. How can we support? Then that's how we begin to get career opportunities on the continent. That's how we begin to get people who are actually looking to create training programs. That's how we begin to look at people who are willing to give grants to gaming studios. That's how I begin to look at people who are willing to cover our stories and take these things on biggest platforms that we need to be. That's how I begin to get people from the continent speaking on Gamescom. And you understand what I'm trying to say? So we need to stir up as much activity as we can, and we need to do this collaboratively.
Absolutely, Bolu. And yeah, a question there in terms of Gabeta. It's encouraging to hear that it's a nice game. So that's a perfect example, and would love to explain more about how that's gone and where the actual game is at. So technically, it's exciting to hear that you've heard of the game, because we haven't officially launched it yet. And so in the coming weeks, you'll be seeing a press release about the game. But since it's been brought up, I'll share a bit more. So Gabeta effectively is a Mancala-based game. It's an indigenous board game. It's made by a very talented studio based in Ethiopia, Kene. And how that worked was initially having the discussions and then signing an agreement. You're moving towards the publishing agreement. Now, something that's very important that I want to just share with the audience, and our approach, but different publishers have different approaches. What I would recommend, if possible, never sign away your IP if you can. What we do is we just sign a licensing agreement to distribute the game. We don't want to take away the IP. We believe that the IP is yours as the developer, and we're not wanting to take it, unless obviously it's a discussion about acquiring the IP outright. But so in terms of Gabeta and how that worked was, had the discussions, the discussion went well, they had initial retention metrics which were encouraging, and what we're busy working with them is called smoothing the game. And the smoothing of the game, how that works is, so we fortunately signed ahead of games last month. And to give you a bit of context about him, so he's been in the free-to-play space in mobile for over 10 years. He previously worked at Rovio. He worked on Angry Birds 2. He previously worked at Ubisoft and Gree. And he basically is a monetization and live ops expert and works on how to improve those retention numbers that I spoke about earlier, and why it's important. Because you can have a strong baseline, that's great, but one can always try and improve it, and that's effectively what live ops is, how it gets managed. And that's really what a big part of what publishers can offer is, you've got a great product, how can we make it better and maintain it to ensure a higher possibility of success? Well, no game is ensured success. it's a bit of hit and miss in that regard. If you look at something like Candy Crush, there's a great quote by Cordell, our CEO, who spoke about in a recent interview after we spoke about the $2.5 million seed round that we closed, about you can be in obscurity for 8 years and then all of a sudden you're worth billions of dollars, such as King and Candy Crush. So ultimately, it can be tough, but welcome to business. And that's how it can be. But ultimately, in terms of this industry, it's quite a fun industry. Not many people can say, hey, what do you do for work? I play games, or I'm involved in games. So that's quite exciting. Great, Paul. So we have a comment here. So, well, from what I've observed over the years of mobile games saw a growth when Vainglory was released in 2013 or so, but it saw 200% growth when PUBG was released 2017. Absolutely, and ultimately, different trends occur in industry. And if you ask me what is extremely popular at the moment, hyper casual is popular. Something that has come up that is literally called hybrid casual, which is an interesting genre, which if you want to search a game called Archero, is a prime example where it balances monetization through ads and in-app purchases. And that's taking off quite well in industry. We've had another comment there, and the growth has seen an increase since then. It's a good market because it's easier to afford than other platforms. Yeah, look, ultimately, in terms of trends, as developers, some advice that I'd give you is it's a combination between believing in what you're creating and also looking at what is popular. As I brought up earlier in terms of retention, don't go on what a publisher says. Go on what your users are saying. Look at those retention numbers, because I like to look at it as users effectively vote with their feet. And if you are having low retention, then maybe it's something that you need to look at. And something as an example, so we don't particularly focus on hyper casual, but this session is all about helping one another. So I'm happy to share some more insights in the genre, because maybe some of you are busy developing hyper casual games. So in hyper casual, it's very much about retention. I know some of the biggest hyper casual publishers in industry, and how they work is they run through the metrics, and they're willing to talk to you provided your game matches those metrics. So if you're looking at those kind of genres, make sure your attention is extremely strong. And as I said, go have a look at gameanalytics.com. If you are looking at games which are more mid-core genre or even a hardcore genre, well, you're going to have lower retention. You have a far more loyal audience, and therefore that's something to look at as well. And therefore the publisher, who are more focused on mid-core to hardcore, that's what they're going to be looking at, and they're going to look at it a bit more subjectively as opposed to objectively in terms of the numbers. In terms of carry first, so we look at games from the casual to mid-core genre. Anywhere in between there, we're open to having a look and seeing if we can do something together there.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sean. Just to complement what Sean has said so far. So one of the interesting things that we have as the strength, as a publisher, as Carry First, is the strength of our team. So before I go into that, so for those who don't know what Gibeta is, he called it Monkola. In Nigeria, we call it Ayo Lokun. So that's what Gibeta is, and we just signed a deal with CUNY Games to publish it. So okay, I just noticed you're now. Can you talk more about? Oh, okay, so Sean already answered that question. So I was going to talk about one of our core strengths, which is the team that we have. Sean, for example, leads the partnership end. You want to publish a game, you want to do some level of high-level collaboration with Carry First. Sean is the guy you are talking to. Earlier, Sean highlighted Nick. Nick was one of the people that worked on Angry Bird 2. Nick is the head of games at Carry First. So you can look at those level of strength. Cordell, the CEO, some high level of knowledge in investing, understanding startup financing and things like that. Lucy right there, operations and things like that. So these are some of the high level talents that we have in the team that are not necessarily concentrated on the continent because of the level of development of the gaming space on the continent. So we have been able to do as much as possible to garner these people from different parts of the world and put them together on one publishing company called Carryfirst. So very good for you guys to always reach out to us. We have an open hands, like we said earlier. We have an open structure to listen to, want to provide help. For some who need just advising, definitely we are out here advising. For those who want to be part of what we are building, not necessarily as a team member, but maybe as a member of the community, helping in doing some of the fun stuff that we talked about earlier, definitely we are always here to be there for you. Someone asked a question, he said, does Carryfirst have any plans for funding game developers? Nick, would you like to talk about that?
Sure. So also, I just want to add Bolu to that list of people in terms of quality team. You know, Bolu is fantastic and runs a lot of fantastic events in terms of the community side, as I'm sure those who are interested in joining will see it. It's a real pleasure to work with Bolu. So in terms of our process and what we're looking at doing, look, we're what's seen as a so-called hypergrowth startup. So we were founded 2 years ago, as Bolu alluded to, and right now where our focus is at is scaling games and scaling our revenue. So that's what we're currently focused on. Our goal is, as we expand as a business and as a publisher in Africa, is really to uplift the scene on the continent. So as we are in a position, what we'd love to do is get in earlier on in the development life cycle. As it stands, we unfortunately have limited opportunity to do so in terms of the game. We're busy looking at games that are already made. But what we are doing is trying to help out the community where possible. As I'm sure some of you saw, we managed to sponsor some tickets to one of the largest conferences in the world, the largest one in Europe, Gamescom, a meet to match. And it's just various things such as that. If we are able to assist those on the continent, while it might not be in a monetary sense, we try to help out where possible. As I'm sure you're all aware by now, we focus on mobile. Having said that, one of the true highlights of my time at Carryfirst is on a Sunday afternoon when someone, I won't mention who, in Africa that had a Steam game, and they were a bit nervous when they received an offer and they reached out to me, would I look over it and support him? And I did that. And even though it had no benefit to our core business model, ultimately I gave some confidence to a developer in Africa, which really gave me a lot of pleasure to be able to support him and giving that confidence to be able to know the kind of business parameters of what a good deal looks like. And that's the same that I'd like to extend that to those listening. Regardless if we're in discussions with deals or not, I'm more than happy to assist where I can and use my business experience to assist you and give you some advice. As I said, I'm more than open to share, and this is what these kind of events are about. And a massive shout out to the whole team that has organized this and creating it, and hopefully there's going to be many more as well.
Thanks, Sean. Of course, looking forward, on the community side also, we are also working on some tournaments for people who are interested. So we're going to be reaching out to as many people as we can. Please ensure you're connected on our community platform. Instagram is our primary channel for communication. We do Twitter too, but Instagram is where we have a lot of our conversations on. We're going to be organizing mobile games tournaments. Guys, please be on the lookout. It's going to be fun and it's going to be rewarding, of course, because that's what gaming should be. The Afro Gamer said support and collaboration is the foundation we need. Yes. That's the foundation we need, support and collaborations.
Absolutely, and watch out for the space. And Afro Gamer, I'll plug it for you in terms of your podcast and the great things you're doing in the esports space. Please continue doing what you're doing and giving more attention and focus to the growing scene in Africa. Because the reality is it's an extremely exciting opportunity in terms of Africa. The average age across the continent is 19. So people are excited and wanting to play games. And hopefully, as we grow as a publisher, we can help grow the scene. A lot of people ask me, do you feel a lot of pressure because of the funding that you've received in terms of everyone looking at you on the continent? And I like to look at it rather than pressure. I like to look at it in terms of support, because hopefully the funding that we've received means that we're not going to be the exception, and that many other studios and publishers and developers on the continent will be able to receive funding internationally as well as locally as well. So that's a real hope and ambition towards that, and us kind of leading the charge in that regard as one of the largest mobile game publishers on the continent. So as I mentioned earlier, and someone kindly put a quote of mine there, as I said, a rising tide lifts all boats. And that's very much a core approach of what we're looking at doing and uplifting the scene. And we must all do that by working together. It's important, because if more games are going to be successful in Africa, whether we bringing them internationally or we signing them locally to go international, ultimately one success or multiple companies' success is everyone's success. Someone which I'm sure a lot of you watched earlier, Letty Arts, are a great example of that. Been around for the past decade, doing great things in the scene. We need to have more success stories of that, because ultimately more success will bring more success for everyone.
Yes, so before we round off this session, I would like to talk about something interesting we are doing with trivia games. So one of the interesting things we are doing with our trivia games is we've opened it up, and we want to use it as a platform to help brands better engage with their audience. So typically what you find as a trend that brands do when they want to engage with their audience is they do promotions and giveaways. So you look at things like that, and there's really no brand education in that process. All you are doing as a brand is you are just throwing out money to people who you cannot even categorically say are your users or are your audience. So one of the interesting things we are doing with CarryFirst Trivia is we are helping brands engage, educate, and of course drive transactions. And I would explain what that means. So typically, let's say there is a brand that sells shoes, for example. I don't want to mention any particular brand. Let's say there's a brand that sells shoes, for example, and is looking for a unique way to engage audience, to engage existing audience, to get new users, to drive transaction and stuff. So one of the things we do is we tell brands like this and say, okay, come and leverage on our trivia platform. All you need to do is to create a set of questions or set of questions that you want these users to answer, and in that process educate them about what your brand is about. And at the end of the day, people are going to get rewarded for participating. And of course, one of the things you can do through that way is to capture that audience. So one of the things we also do at the end is we also help brands. We provide as much feedback, we provide as much data and reports about all the activities that happen in that game, for example. So you're not just throwing money in the air. Instead of doing the typical promotions and giveaway, like I said, you are leveraging on our existing audience. Like I said earlier, we have over 1.5 million downloads. A good number of them as monthly active users. These are some people that you can convert to loyalists for your brand. These are some people that you can educate about your brand. And these are some people that you can eventually convert as customers for yourself. So all you need to do basically is to reach out to us. You can reach out to me, buluatife@carryfirst.com, and let's begin a conversation there. Let's leverage our trivia platform to help you grow your brand. And of course, if you don't run one like that, you can always tell your friends, tell colleagues who run these brands that want to reach out to our existing audience. Typically, we have an existing audience that are typically teenagers and span up to about, age category span from about 16 to about 35. So you are looking to reach this teeming youth of young Africans spanned across the continent, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa. You can always reach out to us, and I don't want to say we do this for free, but then there's a bit of leniency about how we help you guys to navigate through that process. Okay, so Afrogamer said, Bolu, those are big brands. What about small businesses with little funding? I mean, in terms of promotion, any plan for CarryFirst to engage them? Yes. So we are not categorical. So when we say big brands, how do we categorize big brands? Are we categorize them by their valuation or by their? So when I mean big brands, I mean people who have big visions. You might be small, but you have a vision to reach the next 100,000 customers or to reach the 100,000 users. Of course, it could be less than that. We can always find a way to meet you at your point of need, and of course, maybe take you to far exceed what you want to drive as results. So please, you can always reach out to us. Let's find ways to leverage our trivia for you to engage the audience, your existing audience, convert some of ours to also be users for your product. Okay,
Right.
Okay, yes, I've answered that question.
Yeah, so just because of time, I saw a question from earlier about, I know you deal basically with mobile games, but what can you say about VR and gaming in Africa? So I just want to touch on that question and assist. Look, if you look at corporates, more and more corporates are starting to use VR and AR in terms of how they are engaging. The reality is well, there is positives, like MTN has recently rolled out 5G in South Africa, and that's exciting. So connectivity is improving, but ultimately it is quite a challenge at the moment on the continent. It's the same with typically when we're chatting with international games about bringing them to Africa, we like to look at data-like games because there's a limit in terms of the capabilities of phones on the continent. So it very much just depends on what is your target market, how are things going. If you look at the success as something such as Pokemon Go, before we were all self-isolating and we were allowed to go out, so in certain countries across the continent, it was successful. And so it very much depends. There are growing success stories, but it very much depends on the type of the phone and the connectivity. And that is improving, and hopefully it continues to improve. But I feel we are a bit away from that as it stands in Africa. Sure. So in terms of how we support an indie, so this is something that both Bolly and myself have answered earlier on in the chat. What I'd recommend doing is going in earlier to see that. But briefly, in terms of support, please let me know. Feel free to reach out if you're asking in terms of advice from a mobile perspective, or if you're wondering about joining the community of CarryFirst, please feel free to reach out to Bolu, who will be more than happy to explain.
Yeah, then and the other side, the flip side to the question is, how do you want us to support you? You've asked how can we support you? Then the flip side of the question is, how do you want us to support you? So like what Sean has just said, reach out to Sean. Sean, I don't know if I can give them your email address.
Sure, why not? Why not?
All right,
Go ahead.
Sean at carryfirst.com. My email is buluatife@carryfirst.com. You can always shoot us emails, and definitely will be available to help you out.
Yeah, and as we've unfortunately run out of time, can I just say it's been such a pleasure to chat to you all, and you've been really engaging in terms of a lot of comments in the chat. It's been appreciated, and more than happy to continue answering some questions offline. I'm more than happy to please reach out to us both. I want to thank everyone who's participated. Bolu, thank you once again for joining me in this. Thank you for the opportunity, Africacomicade, and yeah, please enjoy the rest of this Gamathon. Hopefully there's going to be many more to come, and we really do some exciting things on the continent.
All right, thanks, Sean. Thanks for the time, and thanks, Africacomicade. Thank you for hosting us. It was indeed our pleasure, and it was very fun. All right, cheers, guys.
Cheers, everyone. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show, as they say.
John isomblabele jisongong isi Tora ambombilonge ndi tobiba John igimur alama yingel isulinyengem
Igimur binam anyinginje aye Igimur anyengi hen komisi uke lanyen jelu yongiye jelu kenati
Inyulale Zinda Betep Higi mandorona Higi sam Leike na bis Homa basugo sugo Babi yibye bis
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. Even more?
killed them. What got into you?
First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
Share my slides just a sec. Here we go. And then I will present. Yes. Okay, so first of all, if you want to start making games, entertainment products, basically anything, you want to have your own studio, this is what this talk is all about. So I'll tell you about what kind of things I think are useful, and then we might have a minute or two for questions at the end, but since we're running a bit late, that might not be possible. But then just email me and ask me. So first of all, who am I? So I've done mostly game design for the last about 7 years. I've been working with games for 12 years. I've done testing, graphics, lots of different things.
Connect with, partner, and work with us on your game development journey. The question becomes on number 4 is, are there any success stories that, for some of you who are looking to enter into the video game industry, are there any success stories that, you can look and see and also be able to relate with? So on slide number 4, you can be able to see 4 respective snapshots.
First of all, thanks for having me. That's such an amazing event. I looked at some of the stuff, and looking back 2 years ago, I already had some of my most great experiences in Africa, where I was able to work in countries like Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Congo, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, for example. So that was such an amazing experience for me. And what I was really fascinated about was the passion of
investors are people who are seeking. If you've ever seen a mango tree, right? A mango tree that has mangoes all over it, right? And at the bottom, you get those ones at the bottom, right? That you don't have to do anything to just pluck them, right? That is what investors are looking for. Investors want to look at the mango tree with loads of mangoes in it, right? They don't want to look at a seed.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 games and instant tournaments, as well as filtered hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log in with your Facebook or Google Plus account and explore more.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019.
about carryfirst.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just want to answer a question and you win.
Is that carry fast? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
John isomblabele jisong kong isi Tora ambombe longe ndi tobiba John higimur alama yingjel isulinyengem
Higimur binam anyinginje aye Higimur anyengi hen komisi uke la nyen jelu yongi jelu kena
Inyu la lèvre Zin la bételle Higi nduru Higi mandorona Higi sam Le ikena bis Homa basogo sogo Babi yigle bis
About carryfirst.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just want to answer a question and you win.
Is that carry fast? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. killed them? What got into you? First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
About carryfirst.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just want to answer a question and you win.
Is that carry fast? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 games and instant tournaments, as well as filtered hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log in with your Facebook or Google Plus account and explore more.
So that sound pop is at the lower part of your throat, right? That sound pop is at the lower part of your throat.
Meat. It has tomatoes in it. This tastes so good. With a hot cup of melon. This is so delicious.
This burger just melts in my mouth. It's really nice, you know.
This would be so good.
I can have it as my main meal, like, ever.
I love this whole look it has. It has tomatoes in it and chicken.
And I love chicken.
It tastes like December.
And
it's one of the best burgers I've had for some time now.
It's just calling me to just eat some more.
Share my slides just a sec. Here we go. And then I will present. Yes. Okay, so first of all, if you want to start making games, entertainment products, basically anything, you want to have your own studio, this is what this talk is all about. So I'll tell you about what kind of things I think are useful, and then we might have a minute or two for questions at the end, but since we're running a bit late, that might not be possible. But then just email me and ask me. So first of all, who am I? So I've done mostly game design for the last about 7 years. I've been working with games for 12 years. I've done testing, graphics, lots of different things.
Connect with, partner, and work with us on your game development journey. The question becomes on number 4 is, are there any success stories that, for some of you who are looking to enter into the video game industry, are there any success stories that, you can look and see and also be able to relate with? So on slide number 4, you can be able to see 4 respective snapshots.
First of all, thanks for having me. That's such an amazing event. I looked at some of the stuff, and looking back 2 years ago, I already had some of my most great experiences in Africa, where I was able to work in countries like Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Congo, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, for example. So that was such an amazing experience for me. And what I was really fascinated about was the passion of
investors are people who are seeking. If you've ever seen a mango tree, right? A mango tree that has mangoes all over it, right? And at the bottom, you got those ones at the bottom, right? That you don't have to do anything to just pluck them, right? That is what investors are looking for. Investors want to look at the mango tree with loads of mangoes in it, right? They don't want to look at a seed.
John isomblabele jisongkong isi Tora ambombelonge ndi tobiba. John Higimur alama yingel isulinyengem.
Higimur binam anyenye aye. Higimur anyenye hen kongisi uke. Lanyen jelu yongiye. Jelu kena iye.
Inyula level. Zinda betem. Higi nduru, higi mandorna, higi sam, le ikena bis, koma basugo sugo, babi yigle bis.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different.
About skyfirst.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just go and answer a question and you win.
Is that curry fast? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
The meat, it has tomatoes in it. This tastes so good. The hot cup of melon. This is so delicious.
This burger just melts in my mouth.
It's really nice, you know. This would be so good. I could have it as my main meal like forever. I love this whole look it has. It has tomatoes in it and chicken.
And I love chicken.
It tastes like December.
And
it's one of the best burgers I've had for some time now.
It's just calling me to just eat some more.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. Even more?
Why don't you just die?
You killed them. What got into you? First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, everyone.
Yep.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this wonderful session. Today, we're going to be speaking with some wonderful individuals from across Africa, and we'll be talking about collaboration. As we all know, Africacomicade is possible today due to the fact that a lot of more companies, more individuals are looking at working together to help game developers and creative across Africa. So it's a pleasure to have you all on board as well, coming to talk about collaboration in Africa. Can we just do a brief introduction? I'll start with Uche, please. Please tell us about yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Uche Ojinta, and I'm a content creator and idea developer. And it's a pleasure to be here and speak with all of you.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, yeah. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Robert.
I go by the name of Robert Mugusa, and I'm an entrepreneur. I have a company called Topaps, which is a studio. We develop games and also software. And I'm very happy to be here and find a way that we can grow this collaboration that's been a pattern for quite some time.
Yeah, I think I'm next. There's a bit of a lag, I think.
You guys hear me?
Guys, can I go ahead? Are you guys getting me?
Yeah, we can
go
hear
ahead.
you.
Okay, my name is Ivan Chibuka. I'm in Kampala, Uganda, and I'm a founder of Navi East Gaming and Esports, a local gaming brand here in Uganda. Personally, I'm also a creative. I'm taking the direction of product development, and so far, with those skills that I've learned in the creative industry, have helped me become a content creator in the gaming industry too. And with my brand, I have an esports team in Call of Duty, and we've been playing, a few international games here and there. So currently, we are going strong in content creation and also esports team management to see what we can do there. We're trying to grow the concept here in Uganda, and hopefully through such channels and through such platforms, we can expand and create something more broad. So yeah, I just want to thank you guys for organizing this. Thank you guys for being here, and yeah, let's see how this goes.
Okay. Yes, Rama.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, hi everyone. My name is Rahma Suleiman and I'm from Tanzania. I'm part of Inter Africa. So, maybe a little introduction about Inter Africa. It's a creative organization that enhances the living of young people from Africa. And what we actually do is we're looking forward in creating a game ecosystem that represents African culture. Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So looking across board, we can see that we really spread our hands across Africa. We have Uche from Nigeria, we have Robert from Rwanda, we have Ivan from Uganda, and Rama from Tanzania. I am from Nigeria as well, but I'm currently in Ghana, and it's nice meeting you. So the first thing I would like to ask is, what's the creative industry in your country like? Robert, can you take that?
Sorry, come again.
What's the creative industry in your country like? If you look at your country, what does it look like right now?
Yeah, so saying for Rwanda, I would say that the creative industry is a bit hit because of the pandemic, like everywhere. But it's growing in terms of investors coming in, even the government getting involved and trying to help us. Like recently, there was a grant for the creative people who've been hit by the pandemic, so that can be accessible by everyone. So, like, people are going to be applying for that. But generally speaking, specifically on the gaming side, the gaming ecosystem is growing. We are having many studios coming up. I'm happy to see my friend Rahma here from South Africa, as we've been a part of it, representing Rwanda as well. So I would say that it's coming up. So there's only problem that we are facing, and I think we're not the only one, is the people adoption, right? How the mentality pretty much. I don't know if I can hear you very well.
No, we can hear you.
All right. So yeah, like it's coming up. Well, people are. I would say that it's at a stage where people are not willing to pay for a game to help studios like us or other game publishers or game developers. But at least some people are getting into the game industry. They're not just perceiving the game industry. I mean, the games as something just for kids, which is a big step in my opinion. And I believe you're also going to get to a place where even the game developers, we we get paid for their work through their games. Yeah, even though it's still hard. Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's cool because Rwanda is seen right now as a growing tech, like one of the biggest or the leading people in tech when you look at Africa right now. We used to have Nigeria, Kenya, but now Rwanda seems to be taking the lead in terms of innovation. And in the gaming industry, there's a startup called Bag Innovation from Rwanda. I don't know if you know about them. They're trying to gamify the process of recruiting interns and staffs, basically. So it's interesting to see that aside the normal startup ecosystem, the traditional one, which is trying to look at agriculture, fintech, and the likes, we're having creative startups coming up. And so, in your own perspective, it's growing, right? Okay. Let's hear from Rama. How is it like in Tanzania?
So, to be honest, right now it's we can say it's improving industry or an ecosystem that is growing. Despite of previous, it was a big difficult to see like creative minds coming together, working on their field of interest to bring impact in the community, actually using science and technology. But we getting there, I can say, because now we have a lot of people who are engaging themselves in the creative industry. They do course, they do yeah, it's improving right now, and we are getting there. But, we also have some of the challenge actually in this because them think that for you to be in a creative industry or ecosystem, maybe you're supposed to be an artist, or maybe you need to qualify for this kind of platform. But to be honest, like anyone can be part of this ecosystem and create the impact that we're all looking for. So yeah, it's good.
Okay, that's actually interesting. So yeah, because when we look at Africa and speak of Africa, we know that there are countries that are doing really amazing stuff that are not being heard of, probably due to their population or publicity and all. And it's really interesting to see you coming from Tanzania speaking that it's actually growing. Looking at your past works, we can see that you're a game designer at Enter Africa in Tanzania, and that's really interesting. Also, I see that you are also a Tega Field and Safeguard Ambassador. So I really think, which is one of the reasons why we're all here together, that a lot is happening in Africa. Africa is not limited to some few nations, right? So we actually need to see how we can speak with one another and get the word out there to see these amazing stuff happening. And it's cool to see that the creative industry in Tanzania is also coming up. So let's hear from Uche. Uche is from one of the most populous, if not the most populous nation in Africa, just like myself. And yeah, give us an idea of what it's like, the creative industry in Nigeria. What's happening there? Let's look beyond just the gaming industry. Yeah.
Okay, so back home, let's take it back a little bit to how we grew up, basically. So we come from families or homes whereby your parents assume that playing video games is basically shriveling your mind, or it's a waste of time. And then creativity is one of those things that's actually born out of passion. So you can't explain to the other person what you're trying to understand from what you're watching. But for the other person viewing it, it's like, this is just a waste of time. So back in Nigeria, it's like people didn't really understand the value of creativity, or how much creativity is capable of impacting the little things around you. So what we're trying to do now, or what the country is trying to get to a point to now, is really appreciating the value of creatives and seeing that creativity is in everything, and it doesn't necessarily have to have a degree attached to it before it's important. So we're gradually shifting from the mindset of where people don't understand it, and gradually people are starting to see some type of value in creativity, basically.
That's actually cool. I'm going to piggyback on something you just made mention of, and that's about the traditional belief that in those days we all actually were taught or told that playing games, watching TV kills your mind and stuff like that. But studies are beginning to show that people who play games, gamers, are actually more, how do I put it? That creative aspect of their brain is exercised and it makes them more active. So let's look at somebody that is actually getting people to play these games. Ivan, yeah, you're actually running an esports community and you're getting people to play games. So let's hear from you because their parents are coming for you.
Okay,
Yes,
I think I jumped off a bit there. But I think the question was around how is the creative industry in our specific countries, right?
Yes.
So I think coming to Uganda, I'll just bullet it at 3 points. The first point would be it's highly private. By that I mean it's kind of individual based, you know. It's dependent on basically the few people who are really interested into it, and they're the ones pushing it. Unlike in some of the countries whereby maybe they have a bit of backing from the government and backing from whoever, most of the creatives we have here locally are trying to do this by themselves because they believe in what they're doing. And unfortunately, when it comes to creativity, we may not share the same minds. So it gets hard for you to share something with someone and them understanding and helping you out. So it's really difficult, you know, for a few people that I would say. I know a person who runs one of an event called DJ at Fest. It's called Dorin. He's actually part of Enter Africa. But he's running it alone, you know. I would say he has other counterparts maybe helping him here and there, but you can see that this is a person putting his mind to this and not, you know, getting a bit of help from, you know, the various communities and people around, because very few people would even invest in that. But it's amazing to see that him as an individual is going ahead and he's pushing, you know, start events. You know, it's like a Comic-Con kind of thing. So he's really pushing it solo. And he's an example that I'm using right now because he's one of the few people I got to meet when I was entering into the whole gaming and esports industry. And he showed me, he gave me a brief of insight, and I'm actually interested because of him. But I would love to just give you guys a check of what we have. It's highly private, individuals actually push it. And big ups to them, you know, they're trying to do their best. Personally, I'm also trying to do my best in the gaming industry. Like you said, esports and the whole gaming thing is a positive vibe when it comes to the parents. But again, our job, you know, people like me, it's my job to parents. What's the end goal? You know, what's the end result? We can't just say that, okay, parents are negative about this thing and just keep it there. We need to show them the other side of the coin. Yeah, we do not expect them to find it. We're actually the ones supposed to provide it. So that's the direction I'm trying to take, and mainly through, again, content creation. I believe content is a very powerful tool, and this is something I'll never get tired of saying. I believe it's the only way we're actually going to give people a perspective of whatever we love. You know, you may be creative and everything, but if you fail to give someone a perspective of what you love and what you're trying to create, then you won't fail. So that's why I'm heavily down into content. I'm trying to you know, invest as much as I can. You know, both learning skills and everything, and also maybe a bit of financing here and there. I'm trying to invest as much as I can in the content creation process, such that it can help give the Western world and even, you know, other countries in Africa a perspective of the gaming and creative industry in Uganda. So that's my take when it comes to creativity.
That's actually cool, and I actually like what you're looking at in the area of content creation. I really do believe that content creation is also a way to educate the people and change the mindset of how they view creatives. And you made a very good point in saying it's, as a creative, it's very difficult to explain to people what you are doing, because a very few understands. When you say I'm a game developer, really? You get the idea. I'm a storyteller. Really? Everybody has a story to tell, but they don't understand that it's an art on its own. But something I would like to pick on is this government backing you made mention of. Robert, Yeah, Rwanda is known to be the country where the government is really standing behind its citizens to create stuff. In Nigeria currently, I think there are lots of issues around regulations where the Lagos state government wants to charge content creators for the content they create and put online. So, and in that case, you could say that they are not really getting the government support. This is, I can't really verify this is true, but this is an issue content creators are facing. But Rwanda is said to be the nation where the government is backing them. So I would like to hear from you. Is this real or it's just a media buzz?
I think I'll start from the Rwanda perspective. When you look at Rwanda and how the government is backing them up, I think this is seen by even us who are not in the country. You know, when you look at the content that comes out of Rwanda, you're amazed. I personally, when I look at how the setup is and how basically the things they do, they're photographers. The little that they're doing, you can see that there's a certain direction that is really premium, and they're pulling this off very well. And that's why I believe they'll be able to scale fast. And I think you guys should really take advantage of this opportunity. You're in a place whereby this is actually promoted. So yeah, give it your all and give it your 100%. Coming back to Uganda, yes, I think I had something around that. I didn't say I read about it. I didn't focus so much on it because a few people were using that as an excuse not to create. Yeah. But my personal take would be, I not heavily get involved in maybe government or corporate affairs. Yeah, I would still continue with what I'm doing, regardless of what the government is saying. If let's say they've said that they want to charge us, or maybe put a tax on our content, then we shall find other creative ways of channeling our content out. We're creative and we want to come up with ideas to push this. So I haven't focused so much, so I can't give you 100% take on it. I haven't read about it so much, but I've had the discussion with a few of my creative friends, and they actually brought it up. But our take was the same. Our take was, you know what, we're going to find out making this happen, regardless of the restrictions. But we need to keep moving with what we have.
Okay, let's hear from Robert what he thinks. Robert. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah,
maybe I would suggest to stop the noise. If you guys can mute the microphone and mute when you're speaking, it will be massive. But yeah, thank you for coming in, brother. And yeah, that's true. The government is trying their best to. This sounds very much better. Yeah, so the government is doing a lot, a lot to help the creative industry. I was mentioning how there was 300 million Rwandan francs dedicated for the creatives hit by the pandemic, and all all companies in the creative industry can tap into that, apply for it. So yeah, they are doing a very good job on that, and actually, I'm surprised to hear something like that happening in Nigeria, like charging people. I didn't get it very well, like charging people on YouTube, like posting something, and then you have to pay.
Yeah, they are looking at charging them. I can't confirm if they're actually paying that form of tax, but that's something that is in discussion, and it's really, really funny and scary. So they're looking at doing that. Yeah.
I hope they are going to get some shares in YouTube now. Anyways, so yes, so for us, I never heard of such thing. That's why I was surprised to hear like some of the something of that kind happening. Because in my opinion, no offense, that's like robbing, like draining your people. I mean,
yeah.
Anyways, enough with that. So yeah, the government is trying everything to help out. There was like that grant for the creative industry, but also for the small and medium enterprises. That one is not out yet, but it says to also be out to help all the struggling enterprises, small and medium, in these times. So anything related to reporting content, like for example, there are like a bunch of movies coming up, like hitting on YouTube. Like everyone is coming up with a new movie. I don't know, in their bedroom. I don't know. Like there's so much movie out there that are just coming up by one or two person coming up with it. So in terms of content sharing, like there's no problem at all. And like I mentioned, the government is also doing whatever it could to help all those that need that help.
Okay, that's cool. What do you say, Rama? How is it like? Are creatives in Tanzania getting backing from the government?
You're muted, Rama.
You're muted, Rama.
So in this period of time, so to most of the young people who are, for instance, they want to come up with their own YouTube channels, they actually need to be registered and pay for these accounts. They need to be recognized actually for you to operate, for you to post your content and everything. So, and once you go against that, they will also take some actions towards you. So it's like that. It's same to the if you want to come with your maybe website, it also need to be registered and you need to pay for that. There's nothing for free. So you find that sometimes this is becoming as one challenge. Yeah, one of the challenge, because you find that young people want to come with their own ideas to create impact in their communities, but then you come to find out like there are a lot of and for you to pay some money so you get an opportunity to operate and all these things, but they fail to do these kind of things, and sometimes they get to be like very afraid of coming up with this kind of innovative ideas, because once you want to do that, you need to be very committed and ready, and maybe you need to have some money for you to do what you want to do.
Wow.
That, yeah.
Well,
But sometimes
that's very serious. Yeah, you're saying?
Yeah, so I was saying sometimes we also have these departments under the Ministry of Science and Technology. So they also provide assistance to upcoming innovators or young entrepreneurs, young people actually want to do something in the field of technology and innovation. They're providing assistance, but they don't actually provide maybe to support the requirements, maybe the training, everything that they support you in one way or also another opportunity of providing funds. So if you have a creative idea and it meets the requirements, then they can award you the fund and provide you assistance until you register your work and start operating. So, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. It's funny to see that what I spoke of in Nigeria is not really far-fetched, seeing that it's already implemented somewhere else. And I think this is why discussions like this need to occur more frequently, so that you can know what's happening on the other side and you can see what you can do. But it's also interesting to see that more support. They have a section of the government that is also trying to support creatives, even if they are asking them to pay for this. Uche, what would you say? I know I spoke of Lagos, but I'm not really sure. I can't fully confirm. But what would you say about the creative industry? Would you say the government is giving enough support to creatives, from animators, content creators, game developers, and the likes?
Well, I think the support comes more from individuals or from already established organizations. I know that a lot of them try to do all the petitions and grants. So that's their own way of, maybe it's part of their corporate social responsibility, but they feel in a way that, okay, let's support the creative industry in our own way through our business. So it's not like the government is fully involved in it, but at least there are some ways or some things you can do that you can take advantage of. And then at the same time, the thing with that is that you're only limited to like a certain amount of opportunity, because if you want to go for the big things, you kind of need to be registered in a lot of places and a lot of ways. So yeah, it only gives you access to a limited opportunity, basically.
Yeah, I think you have a point there. Yeah, please go ahead.
So in Tanzania, I'm just looking at the scenario here. In case, because I've had, like I said before, it's also something that may happen here in Uganda. But I'm wondering, yeah, if I'm in Uganda and let's say there's a free country like Rwanda, whereby this policy does not apply, what possibilities or chances are there me creating my local content from here and maybe channeling it through Rwanda? I don't know. Is that something possible? Is that something that I haven't thought about? It's just something I just thought about right now. I haven't gone deep into my logistics and everything. But I'm just wondering, how can they set that limit to the internet? Because I mean, this is a free platform. I don't know what you guys, but it's something I mainly talk about and see. If let's say I'm here in Uganda and I'm creating content from here, and my country is restricting me, what are the chances of me going through another country like Rwanda, creating an account from there, and even creating a whole community from there, and pushing my content through Rwanda, and still my Ghanaian people get to watch it? I don't know. It's just
I
think that's where collaboration
comes in.
Yeah.
You actually raise a strong point, because I also feel like it's unfair to the citizens of that nation, the creatives there, because for example, YouTube, people from other countries are streaming content into that country for free. And I doubt if the government is taxing these creatives on that end. Now, instead of letting their own creatives to also stream for free so that they could reach the outside world, it's interesting to see how, we don't know, maybe we'll have a discussion around this later on, but it's really interesting to see how they can actually limit that, and how they could also prevent, just like you're saying, streaming for, let's make example, you're in Tanzania, you create content for Kenya. You get the idea. It's also interesting to see how they've been able to do that, but I really find it unfair to the creatives of the nation, because I know the government needs its tax and needs to regulate lots of stuff, but it has been proven that countries where there is more freedom to be creative, more things are happening. And that's why I had the discussion, the question about government support. I don't know how much internet is in your various countries, but it has been shown that for India, for example, internet is quite cheap if you compare it to the cost in Nigeria. And that's one thing almost all creatives depend on. I don't know if you agree, right? Internet, access to constant electricity, these are the things that affect us. So, but let's leave the government a little, and let's focus on ourselves. Within the country, on a much more serious note right now, looking at Nigeria, I know that the comedians are now very big on collaboration, and the resulting effect is massive. You see comedians working together to create content, so that way they pull their audience and merge it, and with that their audience multiply. So, but aside comedians, or even with comedians, I'll let Uche go first. What is collaboration like within Nigeria? Let's start with Uche. What do you think amongst creatives?
Okay, well, we're still in a space where every creative is trying to get their recognition and build their audience and their community. So it's not yet, we're not so friendly right now. So for example, there was a job I did where I created content for an animation. And then the next stage of that idea required collaboration with an animator to finish it up in terms of the design. So I'm speaking to him and I'm like, okay, can we work together on this so we can actually give a finished product to this person? But the animator is more interested in his fees. He's more interested in telling you how much he would charge per character and all of this stuff. But the end goal, I would have thought, would have been, okay, someone is in need of our services. Like, let's help each other, try and get this job done. So Because sorry, can someone mute? Okay. So because for now we're all still trying to get the recognition that we're looking for and trying to push our businesses and products out there, we're not yet seeing the kind of opportunities that we would gain if we collaborate on projects, basically.
Okay. What do you think, Rama? Is there more collaboration within startups, within small, instead of indie studios, a 3-man company or a 4-man company trying to achieve one goal? What do you think? How is your space like?
Okay, so I would like to say it's very, if we've been given a portion of this, then maybe it will be like this. Because what I actually find out is that once you want to do something with maybe your colleagues, the first thing that comes into their mind is that, okay, what am I going to gain? Is there cash, or is there anything am I going to get? For instance, so we had a first project of producing our animation about the Busara game under Inter Africa. So we found one of the institute that actually create animations, infographics, and all these things. So we said, okay, because you guys are doing this thing, so we are going to create everything. We're going to create a story. We're going to draft out our characters and everything. So can we work together for you to take our things and put into that system? And yeah, at the end, we have our animation. And then this is going to be a mutual gaining, because we are going to have animation and you're also going to take part in this amazing project. You're going to gain a lot of experiences, but also you're building your capacity to do things, because at that time they were actually starting. So it was a platform for them to gain more knowledge and experiences practically. But then they refused and they wanted us to pay for the for working together.
Money is needed.
Yeah, and then they said no, because you guys found out like we do this and this and this, so you need to pay us. You're not going to do this thing for free. And was like, okay, we'll pay that money. But then you see, so we got into that communication and working together. Okay, we're going to pay you, but later they came, okay, so you guys, we didn't know like you're so big in Africa, you are doing this and this with whom? Okay, so can you promote us? So you see, okay, at the beginning we said, can we work together, because this is the platform for you guys. But
Hello? She was leading somewhere, which was actually interesting. And the point I believe she was trying to make was more of there's more of collaboration when you have a name, right? I think that's what she was trying to get at. People are happy to collaborate with you when they see you have reach and they can use you to move on. Ivan, do you have something to say to that?
I think to the point of how, because when I look at why this question is a bit tricky for me is one, I wouldn't say I've really fully exercised and fully reached everyone within the creative industry, because I'm 21 and I've just actually jumped into this, I would say. But let me speak for the ones 21 and below, maybe these young upcoming creatives. Yeah, the much older ones, I don't know how the community is. Maybe people around your age and how I'm not really sure, so I wouldn't want to say anything about that. But coming back to guys within my bracket, I think I'll use one word basically, or two. I'll use two words. They're not hungry enough. Yeah, they're not hungry enough to see the best they can do. They want to pick wins. I think this is an example you guys have been using. You've been using the fact that you approach someone and next thing they ask you for his money. So because creatives have learned that their skills are actually becoming trendy, and animator, graphics design, and everything, they realize that okay, our skills are becoming trendy. Everyone needs them. So what they're doing, they want to leverage on that, even at this early age. And that's where it hurts me a bit, because I'm like, you're lucky. You're actually lucky. You're actually lucky you've seen this earlier more than some people have. Maybe some people have been asleep. But for us, John will take advantage of that and not even ask for a penny, but mainly focus on doing. You make it happen. If someone is approached, because I've approached a bunch, you approach someone, you're like, hey, I have this small thing, could you help me do it? The person will tell you, hey, first pay me, how much? Then I'll ask them, show me your qualification. And they're like, I know what I'm doing. So that's kind of a thing, That's how I look at it, man. I don't want to put qualification in the creative industry because it's not so big. But I mean, don't also come in and this young age you're coming up and then you're asking for some sort of fee or something. Because I know it may be a bit complicated, but for me I think you need to do as much as you can right now. Get some sort of validation from what you've done. Grow a network. Grow a small community around what you're doing. You give as much as you can. Then I'm sure at a certain point in time will come when you'll be receiving. And it's kind of what I'm also doing with my esports brand. I can't say that we're a business. I can't say that we're generating some income by the end of the month. No. But at the end of the day, I need to find a way of making it happen. I need to find a way of making sure my players are playing. I make sure my players maybe have the, what they can have, regardless of cost or anything. I don't really look at them manufacturing, because if you're creative and you're always focused on a manufacturer, you may miss out on opportunities. Yeah, but I've actually been lucky along the way. At least within this year, I've been able to meet a few animators. I've been able to meet a few people within the creative industry who I've talked to and I've shared my vision with, and they're like, you know what? I think I can come in and help you here and there. As I speak right now, I've actually just jumped off a call with a friend of mine called Joe. He's a very good animator, and I want to see how I can pivot him into. And he's really down for game dev, but like I said, it's not really looked at to people. But I told him I'm going to make sure I, lead him up to you guys so that you can see, because I think he's good. He may not be the best, but I think he actually has something going on. But a person like him who's willing to offer,
that's good.
Yeah, he's willing to give me his time and do something, and those are more of the people we need to work with, and I can't say there are many here yet. So when it comes to collaboration, I'll give it maybe a 40% here. We still need to do more there. We really need to do more, especially guys my age. I hope whoever is watching this case, we need to know when to charge and when not to charge. Actually, if a big organization approaches you, a big organization is to come to you, you're supposed to charge it, but don't charge me. If Toyota, Sheraton, whoever comes to you, charge them, because they have the money. But then why do you say you want to offer a free service to them and then charge? Doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, so that's my take.
Let's hear from someone of my age, because it's actually I get your point, and it's collaboration is really something that can move the industry. But let's hear from someone my age, someone who has collaborated for a long while. Let's hear if it's really worth it, because you're coming from a fresh angle, which is what I am also pushing. But there has to be a limit to all these things. You don't want to collaborate till the end without getting something. So let's quickly hear from Robert what he thinks on that, please.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, those are very key to any ecosystem to grow. So, collaboration is key. Like, maybe Rahma couldn't finish her point, but I could understand where she was heading. And when you're like too much money centered, like you miss away, like for example, the other example of if someone to fish, instead of giving them a fish, if that someone is focused on that fish, so like he's going to be like a beggar. Like he just keeps coming for that one fish every day, instead for him to learn how to fish in order for him to get actually very many fish on his own. So it's the same concept with money. Yes, we need money to survive. Yes, we need to pay bills. But in the era, especially in this time with the pandemic, everything going online, as you can see, I'm actually working from home. Yeah. So, like you can minimize that cost of what we're paying for the bills. I mean, for the office, all those stuff, and try to help bring up the new talents, like give internship to, like I like what Ivan was saying, like working with those people. They might not be the talented one, but they might be the talented one in the near future. And that
Yeah.
collaboration is what grows the ecosystem in general, and that's what we need as Africa. Like when you look around, actually how other ecosystems grew, uh, like they started, like if I take a good example of Korea. Korea, was it in the 70s, was like one of the poorest country in the world, and now is in the top countries, richest country, like especially in the gaming world. So moving from the poorest to the richest, it takes collaboration, it takes sacrifice, it takes all that, like, but you can do that alone. You have to work with people to get somewhere. So
Yeah.
collaboration is key. No matter it might be individuals or company wise, but the smaller you collaborate on, however level, you get somewhere eventually, and that's what we need right now. And I'm sure everyone at whichever level you are on, you can do something and still
Yeah.
collaborate and get something work out.
That's actually cool. And you made mention of the pandemic. If there's anything we all know, the recent issue with the COVID-19 has proven that we can work with anybody from anywhere, right? So, and I think this also opens ground to the fact that if you can't find collaboration within your country, look beyond your country, right? Look cross borders, try to meet people online to talk to them, try to get yourself out there, because from what you've all said, I can realize that collaboration is a means of learning, is a means of exposure to opportunities. Collaboration brings many things. So before we round up, because we're getting to the end of this session, I would just like to hear. So now that you all have said there's a need for collaboration, and I'm sure we also realize the fact that a lot of these people, their visibility is not really strong online. There are people in different parts. So I don't know. Let's see, because another thing to collaboration, when you now think of moving across the border, Uche, you've been at MEST, you've worked with people from like 13 different nationalities. What do you have to say about working with people from different nationalities? Because that's another option we're telling people to explore right now. So what can you say about that? Working with people from South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and the likes. What do you have to say, please?
Okay, so one thing I've noticed is that passion transcends countries. So it's not necessarily about where the person is from. The point is, I have a vision. Can you see this vision? Can you understand what I'm saying? Can you help me build it? Can I help you build it? There's always a common objective in the sense of what we're trying to achieve. So if you're able to find creatives from different countries, trust me, the euphoria is usually about the idea. It's usually about what you're trying to build. And then what makes it extra interesting is the ingredients we all bring from different countries. So I might suggest this and you might suggest that, but the core of what we're trying to do is to build something that we all have a vision for. So for me, I don't think collaboration where you're from has anything to do with what you're trying to build or how creative you can be. The point is, do you understand what I'm saying? Do I understand what you're saying? Can we build this together, basically? And that's basically the moral.
Interesting. Rama, as someone who has sought collaboration and has gotten those strong feedback, right? Strong feedback in the sense that they want to see your value to them first before. What would you say to people who are seeking collaboration right now? People who are working on projects. and they know they can't do it on their own. They need help. I would even like to say, especially people from like Nigeria and Tanzania, where you're from, people that are a little bit restricted by government and environment and situations like that, because I can imagine it's difficult to have all these restrictions. So what do you think has worked for you? What would you say?
Okay, so maybe I'll start by saying first, the concept of collaboration between us, creative ecosystem, we tend to think like it's more of competition actually, and we don't actually have that mindset of saying like we work together. So for me, I'd like to say that first you need to understand exactly what you want to do for your own self and what impact are you trying to create, because you cannot go to someone and ask for teaming up to work on something without realizing exactly what you're going to do. So that's one. And the second thing, you can always start by your own self. If you find out it's very difficult for the people in your ecosystem to support you, you can always look for another option by starting by yourself and then engage other people from the outside your ecosystem. So that's very important. The third thing I think, which is very important, it's more of realizing in the area of where you want to implement something. If you manage to understand the potential of that area, it's quite easy for you to get motivated and inspired to the things you actually want to do. So I think those are three key things to consider actually. And yeah.
Thanks a lot for that. I believe the listeners who have listened to you must have picked from very strong points to work upon. So I'll quickly move on to Ivan. And what I'll say quickly is you're young, and right ahead of you, there's so much right now from what you've said that you're looking out to build, you're looking out to collaborate. So what should we basically expect from your startup? Navigate. What are you looking at? What impact are you looking at to bring to the creative industry with all the activities you're doing?
I think the point there one would be we're really trying to be as authentic as possible. Yeah, we really want to pull off something neat and something clean, something that can actually be looked at and seen as, something of value. You get? So personally, I'm trying to make sure as much as possible I'm showing. I need to show you people versus me talking about stuff. And the only way I'm going to be able to show you is through the main content I'm going to start creating, through whatever you've asked me that question. I just want to summarize it for running out of time. But I just want you guys to follow our journey and see how we're going to move on, day in, day out. We're trying to expand our ecosystem. We're trying to build the ecosystem, the esports and gaming ecosystem in Uganda. And that ecosystem has creatives and, because I'll tell you, man, in gaming, we need designers, we need a bunch of people who are creative. Even just design like a stream deck, or just design a player's logo or something, come up with a game attack or something. We need to spice it up a bit that way. And this is something I'm trying to do. Yes. I saw this animator and I told him, why don't you direct yourself into the gaming industry by starting doing work for free for gamers? So whenever I get a game, something I'm like, go to this animator, use him. If you need like maybe an After Effects ad of your game attack, go to him and let him do it for you. Why am I doing that? I want him to stand out when it comes to gaming. I want him then to stand out as a creative, but niched for the gaming industry. That's where an opportunity is. Because I would say that he would have a very big competition if it comes to him being a general graphics designer. But if he says he's focusing and niching around gaming and reading about it, he'll have that niche, and I think that's how he'll be able to scale. So yeah, basically this is a bit of the impact I want to have on the creative industry. I also want to give these people a leeway into the gaming world, you know. And again, you have to be authentic about how you're doing it, because you don't want someone to be misplaced and it's just saying, hey, I'm doing this for gaming. You want them to really know what they're doing, find a focus, and execute in a very good way. So that's I think that's just a
yeah. Okay. So Robert, you get the opportunity to share with us, meaning from this panel. I could say between you and Ivan, you people have a thriving ecosystem of creatives and opportunities. Let me put it in that way. Like the conditions are favorable for creatives to actually excel very well. Looking from this discussion, so I would just like to know. I'd like you to speak up on what the Rwanda tech space or creative space has for creatives globally and in Africa, and what Dope Apps is doing for creatives in Rwanda. I don't know if you could share that with us, and probably if you have something in the pipeline for other creatives across board, yeah, please just share with us.
Okay, thank you. So Rwanda in general, we are like I talked much about it, but let me end by talking pretty much maybe on what we did. Before talking to Dope Ups, I was also a part of Enter Africa. That's where I met Rehma. We met in Addis. Is it last year or the other year? Okay, it's been some time. Yeah, so we were there as 15 African countries. So maybe if you can guys, if you can mute a little bit. Yes, thank you. So the experience was really cool. I'm actually, I was amazed to see on this panel how even I even know someone from Inter Africa. I'm sure you know, everyone here knows it sounds like an Inter Africa organization running this. Yeah, so that's something someone who has. So like that collaboration, it did something. It was powerful. We managed to create uh, a location based game uh, from Inter Africa. We have it in Rwanda and other 15 countries. All of us were 15 countries. It went like the game was not successful because of the way it's created, the way like the market was not responding well. But it created a lot of entrepreneurs. It created a lot of connection networks. Like I know if I need something with Rahma or anyone in North Africa, now finally you guys as well, you've been on the panel. I know I can reach out to you guys. So this is something. It's a start. Everything needs to start somewhere, and we are here, and it's very hopeful. So then, as Dope Ups, what we did, we like right now we're working on a 3D endless runner game we which which has a social like three phases, an impact on it. At the end, I'm also going to I need some collaboration on it. So, like I said, it's a 3D endless runner game. So as we run through the streets of Kigali, the capital of Rwanda, you get to pick up fruits, like the fun way, typical subway stuff.
Yeah.
So the social impact on it that we are having on it is we have three aspects. The first one is uh, an AI powered chatbot, which will help uh, players. So we are targeting to solve the issue of lack of information in adolescents. Very few adolescents know about like sexual topics. Sometimes because of our culture, which is not just Rwandan, Africa in general, it's not talked about a lot. And we have that chatbot that are the kids who wouldn't be free to go talk to their mom, their family members, their neighbor, or anyone, can go and ask all the questions they need. So it will be that's one aspect. The other one will be a Kaiser quiz, which will be to test the players' knowledge on adolescent sexual reproductive health information, and the points that they get in that quiz is what they use in the fun game. So it's more of a gamification platform. So we got stuck. So we need a collaboration on a part of storytelling. I was in talks with one of the someone from Africacomicade, Wendy from
Okay.
Enter Africa as well.
Yes, she's
Yeah,
in
so
Kenya.
exactly. Yeah, so we need that kind of collaboration because it's the first type of game that we're doing of such kind, combining the
Yeah.
fun with the game at the same time. And it didn't come as easy as we expected, but it's coming up.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we are open to collaboration. The collaboration here in the creative industry, like I said, it's still new. Like it's not striving. Like we don't have the whole ecosystem, even though the government might be helping in one way or another. But we still need the people who are good at story writing. For example, there are some people we try to hire to help come up with the script for that game, but who've been like writing movies or just writing in the news.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it was not something they knew how to do. It was not easy. But pretty much we are on a good step. I have faith in where we've reached and where we are going. I'm pretty sure next year in the next Africa Comicade we'll be telling many successful stories, not just in my country or in all of the countries and all over Africa. So I'm happy for all you here, and I'm sure. And maybe one last thing is, if you guys need a YouTube channel, feel free to contact me. I'll hook you up. Or a website. I'm happy to create an alternative website. Maybe put some. Yeah. So that's what I want to say. Just I'm here if you need anything. Yeah. Thank you guys.
Well, thank you very much. So yeah, Robert has said it all, and I want to thank you all panelists for coming on board and having this little chat with us. Time is not on our side, so I'll be running up right now. So thank you once more. Just to the listeners, just in case you don't know, this panel session is Uche Ojinta. She's called the idea developer because she actually comes up with creative ways to solving problems, to telling stories and the likes. And she's the CEO of Rudimentary Alternative. We also have Robert on the call with us, who is also the lead for Dope Apps. They work on different projects and is based in Rwanda. We have Rama, who has done a lot of work. If you check her profile, she has done a lot of work in supporting women in tech, and she's also a game designer with Enter Africa. And we have Ivan as well, young, what can I say, a young guru that is set to kick us out of the industry and bring about collaboration and change to the African creative industry. So you can feel free to reach out to them. And this is what collaboration looks like. This is how it starts. Having people from different parts of the world working together to one common goal. It's simple. A lot of people would tell you no. Trust me, we reached out to a lot of people as well, and they told us no. But if we can get these awesome people to come together and speak, most of them meeting themselves for the first time. I mean, I and Ivan spoke just 4, 5, 6 days ago. And I said, come on board, let's talk because you're doing something awesome. So if we can get people to do this, if we can do it, you can do it. So thank you very much for coming, and we'll be ending the program right now. Tomorrow, there are lots of activities set, so please join us. We'll be looking at storytelling. We'll be looking at, speaking of collaboration, scholarships for creatives outside and within Africa. And we'll be looking at also getting paid internship and jobs because, like people have said, there's need of money. If you want to collaborate, there has to be some form of value coming. It might not be monetary, but it has to be an exchange of value and not some form of slavery. I hope we agree on that. So thank you very much.
Definitely.
Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.